Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and we are here for day 10 of the Tanner Horner trial happening in Fort Worth, Texas. The second day of the defense's case. It's quite something. We're starting quite late today because we need to. We might still catch up even at this rate. You know, they start late, then there's a witness, then there's a break, then there's one witness, another long break. Anyway, so yesterday we saw Dr. John Edens, a professor of psychology, testify. He's never met with Tanner Horner, so that wasn't that useful. We then saw Tanner's mom take the stand and also his great aunt. So 3 witnesses out of a potential 19 have testified for the defense. Let's see where today takes us. Are we ready? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, bring this up here. Very white wall. Damn. Okay, let me put the sound on for you. Let's find where they actually started. Sure. Somewhere around here. Okay. Thank you. Mamacita Rosita says, looking stunning today, Jay. Thank you so much. I'm not even in court attire. It's just comfort for the defense case. But pink for Athena. Are we pink for Athena? Okay. That was her favorite color. Tiff Knox said, I need more coffee. I know, right? I've got coffee too here. Just made some. Thank you so much, everyone, for the coffee. All right. I'm not trying to be negative about the case. It's just really, this one is like, oh, man. Oh, man. Who else you going to have on there? What are they going to say? How's it going to help Tanner Horner's case? Nothing's going to help, in my opinion. Good luck with that. But the defense has a job to do. They got to work hard to try to save Tanner Horner's life because he's facing the death penalty. And after hearing the defense's case, I wonder if the state will have rebuttal witnesses. That'll be interesting. But anyway, if they all rest and there's no rebuttal witnesses, then closing arguments will happen, and then the jury will have to deliberate on the sentence that they suggest, right? Which will be either life without parole or the death penalty. Pernille said pink attire. Yes, that is the dress code, especially for this trial, right? Okay. Thank you. Damone Erica said, G, need to see that nice bling, loving the pink. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. So, sure. Are we ready? These guys, what is their title? What should I call them? They're awesome. Look at them go. Tanner must be so scared of this one. We're like that. Okay, my little timestamp book over here. Yes, fetch him, shall we? There's no sound yet, except for me, of course. Oh my word, Nikki Kim said, you look marvelous in HD on my fancy new TV. Thank you so much. Oh dear, there's Tanner Horner. Nods. Don't know who he's nodding at. Probably his defense team. Hello, another day in court. Shame it. Poor Athena's family. They're there every day, hey. Sitting through this. And he's just there like, hey everyone. Wow. Still no sound. But we could read the judge's face. Hold on. There's no sound. Okay. Bailiff crew. Are they the bailiff crew? The bailiffs. Okay, that is the right word. I was just checking. Are they like Kyle? Everybody stand, please. Why can't they say that? Look at this guy. Please, sir, push the button. Test out that stun cuff on Tanner. Hello to the bailiff crew in Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for this beautiful picture of Athena. Look at this picture. Shame. That's so pretty. Look at the judge's face. The judge is as unamused. No, I'm probably just projecting. Doesn't look amused. He's like, are you what now? Huh? Look at it. We can understand snark in body language. There it is. I see that snark. He's like, you want to do what? Whoa, whoa. Caroline Police is NC here. Thank you for your sticker. Nikki Kim said, now that's a freaking bailiff. Holy moly. That's right, Stefan. He's got to test out that stun cuff he's got on there. See, I'm just quickly going to take this picture off so we can see the judge. Look at the judge. Do you have your shh together today or not? Yes, yes, we do. We just might need long breaks in between. Why? Judge George Gallagher. Why can't we hear anything? Come on. We also want to hear. Okay. Jadzia says judge has a look of total disbelief. Look at him. Really? That's your plan for today? And they're like, yep, that's the best we can do. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Margaret said, he's like, duh. FAQ and a huge eye roll. There's Athena's mom with her beautiful pink hair. There's Athena's dad. Shame, he's so sweet. He testified on day 8. If you missed it, it's all timestamped for you, right? Grizzly Diana Banana said, I'm so late. Thanks for saving me a seat. You're not late. We just started. It's all good. We'll start it late today. And still we might stare at the wall later. Oh my word. Okay, let's go forward. Tanner, even he looks surprised. What? What's going to happen? Bailiff's ready to take him out. Look at him. Look at that bailiff. Sure. Gigi Bug said, good morning, my fabe. Should I watch yesterday? Was it worth it, the Drudge, or just watch today? Just watch today. Put yesterday on in the background if you'd like to support my channel. Will you learn much? Not a lot, but you could listen to his mother's testimony and the great aunt. Well, you said love and missed you all. Justice for sweet Athena. I would say just stay here with us today. There's a high chance it'll be more interesting than yesterday. Okay, and now they blur the screen. They're redacting a lot of the witnesses because the witnesses say, the defense says that the witnesses say that they've been attacked online a lot, and so they want to be redacted. Wait. Just want to see quickly. Somebody sent me a useful email yesterday. Now I just can't find it. They were summarizing what WFAA said. At the end, maybe we could watch that if we've got time today, you know, instead of staring at the wall. They said the jury is mostly women, some of them quite young, the younger one being around 20, that she was sobbing when hearing that video. You know, he's seeing some of the video and hearing that audio of Athena's murder. Shame. And yeah, that the witnesses are redacted like this because they asked to be. Katz of Berkeley said, thanks for your coverage. Way to sport that pink for Athena. Thank you so much. Okay, so here comes the next witness. There you go, found the email. Okay, so thank you to RSDC from Texas who sent me this email saying, RSDC 187 here from YouTube. Wanted to let you know a few things I learned watching the local news online after court debrief. Court ended early due to Tanner's mom being in court today. They originally weren't sure she was going to show up, so had planned on, this is about yesterday, right? So had planned on playing her deposition that was 2 to 4 hours long. Because she showed up, they had to put her on the stand, but had no other witnesses lined up beyond the aunt. Tomorrow, which is today, they have several more civilian witnesses that will all be blurred, okay, as well as at least one expert. They are not releasing the names of the witnesses because when they did release one name ahead of time, the prosecution tracked them down to interview, which is legal, but the defense is wanting to keep it close to the vest as to not show their hand. As they talked about the jury. Rebecca Lopez reported the jury is about split even with men and women, maybe leaning more women than men. They are mostly middle-aged and younger. The youngest appears to be a female in her 20s. She's been the most emotional and is the one who sobbed during the devastating video they sat through. I can't even imagine. Okay, one more thing to note in case you hadn't heard or seen it, the judge has made it clear that no out-of-jury presence arguments can be streamed. If they excuse the jury out of the courtroom, the feed is excused. And then they said on email, kind of rude if you ask me, what are they saying? We need to know. Thank you so much for that email. It was a really great summary, and it led me to go look at that debrief as well. Mary said conference this morning was something about the defense not having software to open. Which conference? When? To open a file of x-rays sent to them, gave them until noon to get it done. Stop it. Please don't say that. Really? Is that what's coming up? I'm going to lose it. Ends the stream right here. Bye, guys. See you at 10 p.m. Switzerland time. No, don't worry. We're staying here. We'll watch this for now. Here we go. No, we don't like spoilers. But that's a spoiler I probably need for planning. Anyway, okay, are we there yet?
Okay. And why were they with your...
We were with my stepdad.
Okay. And
Even say the name?
I'm sorry.
Okay, sound's coming on now. Okay. Prepare your ears. The sound is about to hit our eardrums. Janie's Child, you said you're almost at 500k subs. Your fave 5. Imagine when it's 555. It's gonna be cool. Yeah, that's exciting. Stefan said, in the good old days, you took the x-rays out of an envelope.
My brother's son.
your brother's son. And do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do. I did have 2 sisters along with the brother.
Okay. And who raised you and your siblings?
I'm sorry?
Who raised you and your siblings?
My mother and my stepdad, but the The three other siblings were mainly raised with their paternal grandmother for a while until I was born, and we went with my stepdad.
Okay. And why were they with your maternal?
With the paternal?
Maternal.
My mother was an alcoholic, and she just didn't want them. The only thing I can think of.
And when did your siblings end up leaving home?
We literally didn't get to hear their name or anything. I think, yeah. So who says it? Kelly, MDJ, said this is his auntie. Is it aunt or babysitter? Or both, right? Okay.
My oldest sister left at 16. My brother left at 13. And my other sister left at 15.
So tell me about your brother, Terry Horner Sr.
Tell you about Terry?
Tell me about Terry, yeah.
Terry left home at 13, and he started doing drugs at that time. He has spent about 90% of his adult life in prison. He molested me when I was younger. He threatened to kill me 3 different times, and he was not a very nice person. He beat my mother and stole money from her as well.
Did he ever steal from other family members?
Yes, from what I understand, he's stolen from both of my sisters. My ex-father-in-law was nice enough to give Terry a job, and he repaid him by coming back into the building that night and stealing all of the money and weapons that was in the building.
As an adult, did Terry ever live on your mother's property?
Yes, he did. We thought he had finally straightened his life out, and Mom gave him the Airstream that was on the property so that she could maintain her independence and he could maintain his.
And when you saw it, what were his living conditions like?
It was horrible. He had, a lot of drug users, especially Terry. Whenever they would get high, they would take stuff apart like coffee makers and microwaves and whatever else they could, and couldn't put it back together. When Mom passed, I hired someone to clean up the backyard because he had left it. Stuff was everywhere. And they found buckets, 5-gallon buckets of poop, because Terry wouldn't come in the house to use the bathroom.
Now, I know what an Airstream is, but can you tell?
Oh, I'm sorry. Airstream RV is a bumper pull trailer.
And did Terry ever, as an adult, live on your sister's property?
Yes, he lived on my oldest sister's property, and he lived in the garage, and then eventually he got a small bumper pull, and it was a gorgeous house, but in the backyard there was so much stuff: air conditioner parts, cars, boats, you name it, it was back there. He would just bring stuff home.
Now, what did your brother do for a living?
Steal. He could weld, but, sorry, I'm bluntly honest here. He could weld, a darn good welder, but because he was into drugs, he couldn't keep a job, so he would just steal whatever.
Now, do you have other family members that have substance abuse issues?
Yes, I do. My oldest sister was prescription drugs. My mother was a prescription drug. Tanner, from what I understand, was or is. We've got other nephews from my oldest sister, two of the nephews and one of the nieces were substance abuse users.
Can you tell me about your mother?
Mom got married, I believe, at 16 the first time. She had 3 children by her first husband. And she got a divorce, and the 3 children, she dropped them off at Edna Gladney Adoption. Didn't tell anybody she did that. And she married my dad. They were together 18 months. I think I was an oops. And when she was a barmaid most of her life, and she worked dry cleaning. And she was, like I said, an alcoholic. I was born early. Looking back, I'm pretty sure a lot of my problems are due to her being an alcoholic. Whenever she married her 3rd husband, the 3 children that she dropped off at Edna Gladney, their paternal grandmother found out about them, went and picked them up, and she raised them for a while in Pentecostal church. Their beds were church pews, from what I understand. And she got them all back. And
was your mother ever abusive towards the children, you and your siblings?
She was emotionally and verbally abusive to all 4 of us. If the 4 of us was getting along as adults, she had to pit one against the other. And there would be so much drama. I eventually, whenever my mother passed, I cut ties with all of them. I don't do drugs. I have an occasional drink. I can't stand drama. It will, yeah.
Did your mother suffer from mental illness?
Yes, she did. She was bipolar. She had severe anxiety. She had depression. And
Really, objection relevance. Cole Calm said, OMG, Tanner's dad pooped in buckets. No wonder he murdered someone. Yeah, that's like a summary of the defense's case at this point. This is hard. This is like, oh man, it's going to be quite a day, huh? We might literally have to make a part 2 and meet again later. We'll see how it goes. But like, if the defense is going to take a significant break just to get x-rays together, and the judge apparently said, according to Fox 4, that today they're going to blur a lot of video and maybe even redact some audio. Well, there goes my hope of not looking at the wall all day. We're going to look at the wall all day, aren't we? Oh my word.
doing the alcohol and mixing all of her prescription with all of that was not really a good thing.
What about other members of the Horner family? Are you aware of any mental illness?
I'm not entirely sure. My oldest sister, I do believe she had some because the way that she would do the prescription drugs. She wouldn't take her heart medicine or her diabetes medicine. Well, she liked that Xanax. She would melt it in a spoon of water and take it that way.
What about when Terry and Melissa Horner were together? Were you around them?
I was around. I didn't see them much. I think I saw them together maybe 5 times. I saw Tanner probably 3 times in his life, if not 4.
And what was Terry like around that time?
Stoned all the time. Him and Melissa both were always stoned. So The house was horrible. There was trash everywhere. It seemed like wherever Terry went, he had to bring a bunch of junk. There was a bunch of trash. I don't know how people live in that.
And do you know how they met?
Terry met Melissa in a strip joint, from what I understand.
And do you know where they were working at that time? Was Terry working there?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. And you said you were around Tanner Horner 3 or 4 times. Was some of that when he was young?
Yes.
And who raised Tanner?
His maternal grandmother did.
Did you ever babysit Tanner?
I did twice.
Okay, and do you remember about what age that was?
He was a baby the first time, and he was about 5, maybe 6 the second time.
Can you describe what he was like at those ages?
He cried a lot. It was like nothing you could do could stop. You could change his diaper, you could hold him, you could put him to sleep. At 5, it was like he wore his heart on his sleeve, and it was saying that, and you could go, "Don't do that," and he would just cry. And he went to run out to the street, and I grabbed him and I swatted him on his butt like that, and you would have thought I'd beat the tar out of him. He was crying and hiccuping, and we were at my ex-mother-in-law, and he looked at her and he said, "She made me cry." And he just kept crying. I didn't know what to do with him because my children weren't like that. And I felt bad because I couldn't get him to stop crying.
Nicole Bradnick said, I thought he was going to have a mistrial when his mom said she'd been watching the trial. I know, right? The mom was like, "Oh, you're going to send me to jail?" And the mom's like looking at the judge. It was blurred, but still we could see she looking at the judge. You're going to put me in jail? Yeah, she said she'd been watching the trial. Also wonder, did we hear yesterday, we heard that Tanner's brother's also in jail, right? But did we hear what for? I zoned out a little bit. Did we hear what for? I don't think so, right? Anyway, okay, so yeah, Deb says, why are they not objecting to relevance? I don't know. And somebody said what? She's only seen him like 3 times? Why is she here? At least the defense is improving. Yesterday, the professor of psychology had not even seen him 1 time. Stefan said the upbringing is the default mitigation factor for any defendant, abuse, neglect, etc. The jurors will decide if the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating factors. Do we think the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating factors? I think so. I think so, yes. I'm ready for deliberation. Give me the form.
Did you get was he? So you're saying he cried a lot. You're saying that compared to other children.
Yeah.
What about talking? Did he talk a lot?
No.
Have you seen him as an adult?
I seen him one time. My brother said, "Hey, Kim, this is Tanner," and I was like, I wouldn't recognize him if I saw him on the street. That's how often we saw each other. But I mean, that was the whole conversation.
Did he stop by your house or your mother's house one time with us?
Yes, he had a...
Sorry, I'm going to pause there. Esme Greef said, justice for Athena. I think it would have been, it's not tomorrow, it would be May 23rd is her birthday. May. We're still in April. I know because of this case it feels like we're in May, but we're not. So not quite, but May 23rd will be her birthday. Shame, man. Yeah, she would have, I think she would be 11. Thank you so much for your sticker, Esme. I really appreciate it. There you go. Stefan said, abso-effing-lutely, G. Judge, hello. We'd like to file a motion for a speedy trial at this point. We'd like to object to relevance and get those verdict forms in. We're ready. Everybody got a pen?
Camper at my mother's house, and I thought it was another item that my brother drug up. And Mom wanted all of this stuff cleaned out of the backyard. She wanted that camper gone. My brother said that it was only going to be there for a week, and it'd been there for like, I don't know how long, 4 or 5 months. I don't know. I didn't know it was Tanner's. So I was acting on my mom's behalf, and I started looking for people on the phone to come and pull this camper out. And I had it hauled off. I told the guy, I don't want any money. Mom wants it gone, just make it go.
And was Tanner kind of a typical Horner man or kind of different?
Like I said, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't around him that much.
Now, I'm going to show you a couple pictures here, and I don't need you to use the names, but if you can just tell me who these are, like in relation to you.
This picture of my brother and my 2 sisters and myself.
Can you identify by the exhibit number?
Yes, sir. That's Defense Exhibit 66. We moved to have it admitted and published to the jury.
Have you shown it to the state?
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Pat M40 said, prosecutor may not object because clearly Tanner Horner defense is blaming anyone but him. Victim mentality, no accountability. The prosecutor discredited Dr. Eden as non-relevant paid witness with research as basis to testify. You know what? Well done for fitting all that in, right? Wow, into the characters that we can do in the chat. The thing is, you're probably right. And imagine then the closing arguments. Then can the state bring the snark? Please.
So you offer state defense 66?
Defense 66, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
Judge, if he wants to admit 67 as well, no objection to that either.
Yes, please. Let me
You move to admit
identify.
67?
I will, sir, as soon as she identifies that. Do you recognize the people in that?
Yeah, it's Tanner and my brother with a woman who has another child by him, and the 4 of us.
Defense 66 and 67 are admitted.
Your Honor, I will move to publish these and then I will pass it.
Okay.
LAB from Tennessee said, I wonder if his ex will testify. Probably. But I'm pretty disappointed to hear that some of the audio will be blurred. I almost said blurred. The audio will be redacted as well with some of today's testimony. Better not be hers. We want to hear. We want to hear. Tell us everything.
Cross-examination. Yes, come on. Yes, please. Just make sure you stand so that the jury can see her.
Ma'am, my name is James Stanton. I don't think you and I have met before, have we?
No, sir.
Can you hear me? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have are you able to hear low tones but not high tones? Is that you?
It's all over the place. As long as I see your lips, I'm good.
Okay.
Shame. Chronically horror. I don't know about that. Thank you for your sticker. I didn't see that from the screenshot I was sent, or if that's the dad. Thank you, Zenjen Art. It looks more like burglary and all sorts of things. I don't know. I was just curious. And the dad passed away 2 years ago, I think they said. Yeah. Okay, so everybody throwing the dad under the bus because he's not even here to speak for himself. Wow. You know what? Put Tanner on the stand. Right? Not that we want that, but it might be more useful for the defense. Okay, probably not. Probably not.
Well, I'm going to make sure that we can talk, okay?
Perfect.
I don't have too many questions for you, ma'am.
Okay.
If you don't understand something or you don't hear something, you let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm looking at this, and you're talking a lot about Terry, your brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
And you
don't
said,
tell how many people he is.
okay, I can see why. The second part of this, you said he went to a prison for a long time,
In and out.
in and out, and that was for drugs, right?
It was for a number of things. It was for theft, drugs. I believe his first wife, he was out on parole probation, I get that mixed up, and he beat her up and he went back to prison.
Okay. I didn't hear you say he had any sexual type offenses in there. Is it just drugs?
He molested me,
Right.
yes.
But other than what he
But
did
he
in
did not go
prison,
to jail for that, no.
He didn't go to jail for that?
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a clearer picture.
Understandable.
And the second thing is, you said that the extent of your knowledge on the defendant, Tanner Horner, came from the 3 times you saw him in his life, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And once when he was a baby,
Yes, sir.
once when he was 5,
Yes, sir.
and then a tiny brief conversation when he
He
was
was
how old?
grown. I don't know how old he was, I'll be honest. He was grown.
Right. And that's the extent of your knowledge
Yes, sir.
on the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, let me just ask you while we're up here, and I'm not trying to be rude. Are you a felon?
Am I what?
Are you a felon? in
No, sir, I'm
prison?
not.
And I think you said you don't do drugs.
No, sir, I do not.
You don't. Okay. Now, I noticed the defense asked you a lot about your family history.
Yes, sir.
And in your family history, it sounds like you had a pretty rough upbringing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you any details of that whatsoever. Okay?
I'm an open book.
Well, we appreciate that.
Oh, she's so cute. I'm an open book, she said. Southern Calibre said, Auntie is like, yeah, I claim not one of them. Right. Thank you for your sticker.
I'm still not going to ask you.
Okay.
But it sounds like you had a pretty rough upbringing,
Yes, sir.
and including some form of inappropriate activity at the hands of your brother,
Yes, sir.
and being around your brother doing drugs,
Yes, sir.
right? And apparently being around your mom when he's doing all this stuff as well,
Yes, sir.
right? But in your life, you don't do drugs,
No, sir.
and you've never killed anybody, have you?
No, sir.
And you've never sexually assaulted or molested anybody, have you?
No, sir.
That's what it is.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well done, State. That was good. So, you've got trauma, all of those questions, and therefore, you never killed anyone, did you? Nah. Okay. Mic drop. Thank you. Point made.
Can I take it? Okay. Take her back there. Who do you have next?
Ms. Sullivan. And Judge, may we approach?
Yeah.
How do I say your name? Lotzie's mom. Is that right? Excellent point, State. I know, right? Shoshana said, a lot of us had horrible experiences but do not commit crimes. Right? And that's the point the State just made. That was good. Okay. Shame. Christy Bell said, this is truly cringy. I had to turn off for the first time yesterday with his mum. Love you, Grizzly. You make my bedridden day much more bearable. From rural Northumberland, UK. I'm so sorry that you are bedridden. I hope you feel better soon. And thank you for being here with us. Okay. Christy Hayes like, we need a 2-hour break, Your Honor. Yeah. This judge is not going to be liking any of that. Oh, my goodness. So how many? We've had 4 witnesses, right, for the defense. I'm literally counting because I know they wanted to have 19. Nobody's reported that I've seen. How many made it through the Daubert hearing? Out of the 19, just so we know, okay? Because if they say, all right, 15 made it through, all right, we've got 11 to go. If there's 19 that made it through the Daubert hearings that we didn't get to see, yeah, okay, 19, and so far we've seen 4. No wonder this is going to take to May 4th. The judge thinks this defense case will take until May 4th. That's today and tomorrow. That's next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's so much. Okay, so. Hey, Tanner Horner, goodness me. Wow, okay. Melissa said, we have over 5K watching, only 1.5K likes. Is that so? I can't see that now. YouTube changes everything all the time. I can't see how many of you liked it. Yeah, that's true. 1,677. Listen here. Please like if you haven't yet. Share. Otherwise, YouTube thinks it's my fault that you guys aren't liking the stream with me. Doing my best, okay? Sure. Diana said, Judge looks tired and he's saying, bring it, I dare you. Shula said the judge is snippy today. I think he's heard enough. The judge is our spirit animal, is he not? Pluket Folan said, but how is any of this relevant? It's to feel sorry for poor Tanner, okay? Shame. Poor Tanner. He had a tough upbringing, you guys. That's why he abducted a 7-year-old innocent girl and tortured her for an hour. And then threw her naked into a river. That's why you should feel sorry for him. Not.
That's your man.
Victoria Lucas, thank you for your $5 sticker. There's a lot of new faces here. I don't recognize some of your names. Welcome. Welcome to Grizzly True Crime. Is this the first time that you're watching me, my channel, the trial with me? This is the 27th trial I've covered here on this channel. Started my channel at the end of June of 2021. Here we are. Thank you so much for your support.
You would raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self to God. Okay, have a seat right here. There's a rule of evidence in effect. It says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else, okay? Gonna need for you to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Ms. Anderson.
Miss Sullivan, how are you?
Hi. I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you a little nervous about being here?
Yes.
Have you ever
Tanner's second cousin. The court is redacting, blurring these witnesses, which is annoying for us, but it's for their protection because they say they've been attacked a lot online, right?
testified before?
No.
Ever been involved with anything like this before?
Not to this. No.
We are not going to refer to you by your first and last name. And just for your comfort, we have made sure that your face has been blurred out by the cameras, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, how...
Just Miss Sullivan then. So it's only the first name that's redacted. Okay. Vicky Packer said, Miss G, it's your fault. You're so amazingly great at hosting this channel. Thank you so much.
do you know Tanner Horner?
He is my second cousin.
How does that work?
My
y'all fall in the family tree.
father's sister, Jackie, she's my aunt, and then his mother is my cousin, Melissa, and then Tanner would be her son.
You had mentioned Tanner's mother. How do you know her? You said she was your
She's
cousin?
my first cousin.
Did you ever, did you know Tanner as a child?
As a baby and a toddler, I babysat him.
For how long did you babysit?
It was a few months, different periods. Like, it was during the summer when I was around 10, and then the next summer when I was around 11. But then after that, I no longer babysat him.
I understand that you babysat Tanner, but did Melissa ever babysit?
Yes, she used to babysit us when we were younger for my dad, yeah.
So it sounds like a circle.
Mm-hmm, yes.
How was she as a babysitter?
She was...
Is this difficult for you?
Yeah.
We can take breaks as needed, Miss Sullivan.
My cousin, she was awesome. I looked up to her a lot. She was full of life then. She was a different person back then. I met my best friend because of her. She just was full of life then, that's all I can say. She was a happy person then.
Very different from the way she is today?
I don't recognize her.
How was Melissa as a babysitter?
She was fun, exciting, loved it when she came over. She was probably one of my favorite babysitters, and we had a lot. She kept us busy. There was me and my 3 brothers, so she had her hands full. She liked to play Fly to the Moon, where she'd kick us off her feet. She would take us to the park. She'd walk us around the neighborhood. She just had so much energy.
Miss Sullivan, how old were you when you began babysitting Tanner?
I think I was around 10-ish.
At the time, did you have any babysitting experience?
No.
And when you babysat him, was it just for a few hours at a time, or for what period of
No,
time?
it would be the weekend. I mean, it started when he was an infant. She had to teach me how to bottle feed him, change his diaper, things like that. I really didn't have a clue. But even the first weekend, she left me alone all weekend with an infant.
And I'm going to stop you right there for a second. You're 10 years old, taking care of an infant.
Yes.
And you're alone for the weekend.
Yes. She worked all weekend.
And you spent the night over there?
Yes.
Did she ever check in with you over the weekend?
In the beginning, she would come home late at night or in the next morning. I would see her, and she would, feed us, show me what's going on for the day, what snacks, this and that. She would converse with me, and then she'd go on back to work. Yeah. It was late in the evening when she'd go to work.
Oh, okay. Do you know where she was working?
I knew it was a bar.
Do you know what kind of bar it was?
I did not know at the time.
Did you find it odd that as a 10-year-old you were being asked to take care of an infant?
Yes, it was very odd, but I also felt like, wow, she must think I'm pretty responsible, I didn't realize then, no, I really don't think I was.
So your perception today is a little different
Oh, yeah.
than it was then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Ms. Sullivan, how often would you babysit Tanner?
When it was the summertime, it was pretty regular every weekend.
You said that you would spend the night over there. What was the neighborhood like where Ms. Horner lived at the
It was
time?
usually apartments, and she would always have that talk with me, because she would leave me money in case we wanted to go to the corner store and get things, and she would tell me, this isn't the safest neighborhood, you need to be careful, you need to watch your back, you need to be careful if you're going to go. She's like, I'd just rather you not go, but I understand if you want to get out, and if you want to take Tanner to the park, just please be careful. And I always would. I'd be really careful. I'd always be really nervous. You know, the community was very scary.
When Miss Horner would leave you for the weekend, would she leave you everything that you needed to take care of Tanner for the weekend?
Yes, and then some.
And then some?
Janet says, oh, now let's blame the neighborhood. It's definitely the neighborhood's fault. Okay.
What do you mean by and then some?
Well, the following summer, he was more crawling around, potty trained. I would start babysitting again for her, and this time around, I had already been dabbling with.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But did she leave you a well-stocked kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So
Snacks, food, drinks, you know, instructions. She would leave numbers on the fridge for me to get in contact with anybody and everybody, including her. Yeah.
So basically everything that a loving parent would leave for their child.
Yes.
When you babysat with Tanner over those weekends, did you know if it was, when you first got there, if it was going to be for the night or for the weekend?
No, I knew it was for the weekend.
What kinds of things would y'all do together, you and Tanner?
Watch cartoons, play, eat, walk to the park, go to the store, lounge around.
Now, you talked about what Ms. Horner was like when she was babysitting you. What was she like when you were babysitting Tanner?
I'm not understanding.
Oh, well,
Okay, we'll pause. Little Busy Brain said, I only have one word for this. Damn. I know, right? This is a lot. And really, if it was like, okay, we can make it, guys. It's going to be till Friday, right? Till tomorrow. Judge said till May 4th. I really hope he's wrong. I really hope he's so wrong. They're going to rest tomorrow, right? Please. Please, defense, rest tomorrow. Don't take this to May 4th. Really? You're going to do that? Really hope not. Oh, my word.
talked about, before you had said that Ms. Horner was full of life and would play games with you when she babysat you. And now you're babysitting her son. Was she still full of life at that time? Had she?
Yes, but she seemed more stressed. Didn't have time. Always gone. Always seemed stressed. Yeah, but she seemed like she was always trying. Like she was always trying to put in a good face, and so she was always trying. Yeah.
At the time, could you tell if she had been was drinking or doing drugs?
Yeah. So I'm not sure really how it came about, but eventually, yes, I did realize, yeah.
And how could you tell?
Well, basically the following summers when she wanted me to come back to start babysitting him again, and this time she was like, do you want cash as payment again? And I was like, yeah. She's like, or do you want weed? And I was like, oh, well, yeah. That would be great too. So I had just gotten into that kind of area of stuff and things, and so.
How old were you at the time?
I was about 11, 12, yeah.
Now, before she started paying you with weed, she was paying you with cash.
Mm-hmm.
Were you well paid?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Tanner's father during all of this?
I don't know. He wasn't there. I've never met him that I know of.
Ms. Sullivan, when did you stop babysitting Tanner?
So my father, we moved in with my mom when I was 13 on the south side of Fort Worth. And then I kind of got lost in the city life and wrong crowds. And I stopped talking to them. I didn't want to babysit anymore, you know.
You had your other life going
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
Now, Ms. Sullivan, we talked about Ms. Horner as a babysitter, and we talked about her providing for you while you were babysitting her son. Based upon your observations of Ms. Horner and Tanner, do you think she was a good mom?
At the time, you mean?
We'll start at the time.
Yes, at the time, yes.
And looking back now,
She was struggling. She did her best. She tried.
Defense not getting the answers they want, hey? Stefan said, Ricola. They really should. Stefan, I need to contact the Ricola here in Switzerland. They should really sponsor these trials. We got a courtroom coffer there, yes. Let me not jinx it, me and my allergies. But yes, they should. Yeah, the defense is not quite getting the answers they want, hey? So was she a good mom? She probably wants them to say, no, not at all. Terrible, terrible mom. Tanner had a terrible mom. That's why he did what he did. Is that what you want them to say? Because nobody's saying that. Just like, yeah, she did her best. She's struggling, but she did her best. Going nowhere for the defense.
Yeah.
like the desire was there, but the ability not.
Yeah.
Ms. Sullivan, I want to talk to you now about Tanner, about your cousin. You said that he was an infant when you started babysitting him. So he was still in diapers?
Yes.
So you were the one that helped change his diapers and feed him and give him the bottle,
Yes.
and you helped putting him to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Where was he sleeping at the time? Was he in a crib or did he have his own bed?
It was a crib.
What kinds of things would y'all do together when you would babysit?
Play with all the little kid toys, watch a lot of cartoons. I would talk on the phone a lot. I was a teenager. We would go to the park. I'd walk to the store and get us snacks.
Was he an active child?
Yeah, he would have a lot of spurts of energy.
When you say spurts of energy, give us an example of what you mean by that.
Like, it's hard to explain. So my brother has ADHD, and he would get extremely hyper and excited. It was kind of like that, but as a little infant, if that makes, like a toddler, if that makes sense. But he would run around fast, speeding through, and it's just a kid to me,
A lot of.
When the defense attorney, Susan, is like, tell us about, that tone is kind of weird. It's a little bit weird given the context. Just like, tell us how active he was. Did he have spurts of energy, little Tanner? Little Tanner is a little killer. A child killer. No amount of upbeat tone or giggling will help at all. And as this witness says, it was like a normal kid. Okay?
Energy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have to keep a close eye on him?
Yes.
Would he ever get into things?
Yes.
What kinds of things would he get into?
I remember a big part of it was the coins we had to keep up, put away from him. It was like a piggy bank. He would eat a lot of coins.
He would what?
Eat a lot of coins, change, and then he'd poop them out. And I just remember a bunch being in the bottom of the toilet every time I'd wipe his butt. And I always thought that was strange, and Melissa would always be like, keep the change put away. We have to keep the change up.
So how old was he at the time?
He was able to run around, like crawl around, run around, walk around.
All right, so you had to keep the coins put away because Tanner would eat them?
Yeah, almost like an obsession.
And after he ate them, he would poop them out?
Yes.
Would he ever?
Are we hearing the words that we are hearing in this defense case? This is the mitigating evidence? Okay. Tanner would eat a lot of coins and would poop them out, you guys. He'd collect them, try to keep them away from him, but just kept eating them coins, pooping them out. Okay. Is that going to spare his life after killing a little girl? I don't think so. Oh dear, we're on the poop talk phase of this trial. Buckle up, everybody. Barf bags, perhaps? Buckling up? Talking about poop now. Here we go.
Ever tried to grab them after he had pooped them out?
I do not recall that, but yeah, I don't recall.
How often did this happen?
In the beginning, it was a regular basis. That's why it was such an issue, to make sure you keep the coins put away.
Were you ever concerned about him doing this?
I thought it was odd, but I also thought it was funny. I mean, I don't know, I was a kid.
And I think you told us that you had to put the coins up. Where did you have to put them?
Well, I never brought change in. And if I went to the store and got change, that's when I'd make sure they were put up high or in a bowl where he couldn't get to.
Careful now with that question, defense. The way it was phrased, well, it sounds like you had to put the coins up. No, up where? What do you mean? Oh, like up away from him in the house. Oh, okay. LB, so is this going to lead to lead poisoning? Sorry, misspelled that word, I'm sure. Oh, man, I don't know.
Yeah.
And again, how often would this happen? That every time he saw change?
Yeah, if there was change around, it was inevitable.
And so that's why you had to take those precautions?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sullivan, over the years that you babysat Tanner, did you have the chance to watch his personality develop?
It was a small period of time, but yeah, a little bit.
And at some point, did you ever begin to think that he was just a little different from the other kids?
I kind of always thought he was a little different, but being so young, I just thought he was a kid.
And now being older?
Now being older, I look back and I realize he was a little different.
Oh, why do you say he was a little different?
He would have real high highs and real low lows, and sometimes he would just be in the corner by himself, and I wouldn't really know why. And, now that I'm older and a parent, I look back, I'm like, oh, well, maybe he was pooping in his diaper. But at that time, it was just such an extreme. He would be going and running and hyper, and then all of a sudden quiet. And I'd go in there and he's just sitting in the corner.
That must be why I did this, you guys. Oh, man. Ashley R. said, Grizzly had a mouthful of water then. Don't do that. Estella Scouten said, please, some of us are having a meal here. I hope it's not a bowl of coins.
What was he doing in the corner?
Nothing.
Was he facing the corner or was he facing out into the room?
Usually he was facing the corner.
So he would put himself in timeout?
Kind of, yeah.
You had mentioned the word extreme. What did you mean when you said that he would have extreme highs and extreme lows?
Sometimes he'd get so hyper, it'd almost be aggressive. Like, or his fits would be a little aggressive, more than I would.
Sign of aggression since childhood. Interesting. Didn't his mother yesterday also say that when he had his son, that sometimes she'd come over and help him babysit because Tanner was worried about what he'd do to his son? Did I hear that correctly? A little streak of aggression there too, you know what I mean? Yeah, that does not sound like mitigating evidence to me. It sounds aggravating.
Think that it was necessary.
When you say aggressive, are you talking about aggressive towards you?
Yeah, just in general and fit throwing. Like,
Did he ever try to hit you?
There may have been an occasion, but it was usually with fit throwing. It wasn't like he was intentionally hitting me. you know.
Were you afraid that he was going to hit you or kick you intentionally?
It wasn't a concern of mine because he was so little.
At any time when he had these fits, could you tell what the cause of them were?
Usually just not getting his way or particular snack or show. The real high energy just would come out of nowhere, you know.
When he had the fits, were you ever able, or were you able to calm him down?
Yes, it would take a while.
What would you do to calm him down?
Sometimes I try to hold him. He didn't like that. I would try to direct his attention to something more fun or just try to distract him.
Were you ever at a point where you couldn't control him and had to call his mom?
There would be times I would call her, lots of times because, like I said, I was young. I didn't know a whole lot. So I would probably call her in the beginning really 2 or 3 times a night.
And by the time that you stopped babysitting for Tanner, did those calls become less frequent?
Yes. Yeah, near the end I wasn't calling at all for any reason. And that was usually when I wouldn't see her the whole weekend. Like I said, in the beginning she would come home late at night or the next morning checking on us. But then the following summer, as I was older and he was a little older, and we kind of got a little more routine, you know, it was easier.
Ms. Sullivan, you previously talked about some of the things that you would do while you babysat Tanner. When you were there, did you play with him more often, or did he play by himself more often?
I would say he played with himself more often.
Could you tell, based upon your observations, if that was his choice?
Usually, yes.
What would he play when he was by himself? What was he doing?
I don't recall.
That's fine if you don't. When he was playing by himself, did he seem to enjoy being by himself?
I don't know about enjoyed, but content.
Did you ever try to distract him and get his attention to maybe come back and play with you?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
Sometimes.
What kinds of things would you do to try to get his attention?
Bring out some of his toys, you know, light up things, noisemakers, turn on a certain show, things like that.
Now, for the times that you were able to get his attention back to playing together, did that last, or would he go off by himself again?
He'd always go off by himself again.
Ms. Sullivan, I want to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's communication skills. When you were babysitting him, did you ever have difficulty trying to communicate with him?
There was no communication with us, like, not verbally.
What do you mean by that?
He was too young still, like, to really talk, you know.
And by the time that, I want to back up a second. You said that you had babysat him from the time he was an infant. And how many years had you babysat?
I want to say it was about 2 consecutive summers, if I can remember correctly. Because the first summer he was an infant, and then the second summer he was crawling and, you know, kind of stumble walking.
And then
This sounds all very normal, right? Rob McMullen, thank you so much for the 5 coffees. I'm going to need those today. Hey, thank you so much.
And I think you had a third summer where he was walking?
Well, it was during the potty training and he was kind of walking, yeah.
Was he at all verbal with you?
Very little, very little.
Being a mother, comparing Tanner's communication skills at that age and your child's communication skills at their age, were they the same or was one delayed?
I feel like his was delayed.
Were there times that you had difficulty understanding him when you were trying to communicate with him?
Yes, all the time.
Now, Ms. Sullivan, looking back on your time spent babysitting Tanner, did you have fun?
Yes.
And did you enjoy babysitting him?
Yes.
Oh, why?
Because it gave me a little bit of freedom, you know, responsibility, cash in my pocket. Sometimes I'd get to see my cousin, you know.
At that time was
That's a sweet answer, but it's not the truth. We can hear it. Did you like babysitting him? Hell no. So what did you like about it? That I got paid? Duh. Right?
how would you describe Tanner as, would you say that he was a affectionate, not affectionate, sweet kid, not a sweet kid? How would you describe
He
him?
was a pretty happy kid. Yeah, he was pretty good, go lucky, happy, joyful kid, it seemed like, yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So stimulating for our brains today, you guys. It's wild testimony, isn't it? Powerful mitigating evidence, this. I don't know about you, but this might sway the jury. He ate coins and pooped them out. Yep. He was a normal toddler, to some degree. I don't know, man. Blame the neighborhood. Blame the dad who can't speak for himself. Blame his mother. Shame, there's Athena's dad. Stefan said, why approaching Susie? Want arrest? Please, Stefan, please. Everybody, look. We got to manifest. Collectively. Got to work hard on this. Please, defense, just rest. Okay. Okay. Quickly checking something on this side. What does that mean? Lunch break. There's one more witness, I think. Long breaks. Long ass breaks. That's why we started late. I should have started even later. Anyway. Is this a break again? Oh my word. This is one of the breaks we got to skip over. Stacy Mathis said, lol, craziness. Toddler acting like a toddler. No way. Don't sentence this guy to death. This mitigating evidence is too strong. SPHJ said, this still me. Please approach the door and leave the courtroom. Tanner, defense, make sure there's no coins around, okay? He will eat them up. He gonna chow down on coins. Okay. Hope ate fear. Thank you so much for reminding everyone to like. Okay, we're gonna skip the break now. Don't you worry about it. Wait, there we go. Okay. Behind you, Tanner. Look behind you. Careful now. The bailiff is there. Tonya, 53, said, defense attorney yawning. He is even bored. Okay. Out goes Tanner, and up we look at the ceiling. Shall we stare at the seal for a while, everyone? No. We're going forward now. Okay, Skip a long ass break over here. Sure. What? That was a long break. Okay, here we go. Skip that. I guess the cousin is done. Second cousin. Gwen Bailey said, what a waste of taxpayers' money. I'd have to agree, hey. And then someone's going to scold me and say, Grizzly, you don't understand the law. He deserves it. He has a right to this defense. I know. It's kind of what we're here at trial. And he is getting that right met fully. And I have the right to say, I don't like it. Like the defense's case so far. Oh, man. Very weak, eh? Sunny in Arizona said, we have heard much worse, in my opinion. You mean like worse testimony? Weaker mitigating evidence? Worse defendants? Looks right at the camera and smiles. We see you, sir. Get him! Yeah, push the button. Tanner can't even open the door, he's so weak. Shame. Absolutely spineless. Does someone want to answer, Katie? I think you've asked her twice or thrice. Quick question, when they do sidebar, you said, I know the public can't hear what they're saying when they approach the judge, but if you're in the courtroom, are you allowed to hear? I think so, right? But they probably whisper. I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know. Does somebody know? I think you could hear it, but they speak softly and right there by the judge, so. Elena said, hi, G. I enjoy watching these trials with you. Oh, thank you so much. Are we there yet? Everybody stand, please. LP says aggressive with 1G. Who's aggressive?
Will that work? And how about that time?
Yeah, you guys are saying some, yeah, so that I know. Some courtrooms play white noise during sidebar, so you can't hear. So that's the answer. Jenny Lynn said it's meant for the jury not to hear. They usually play white noise and whisper. I just know they would be like, okay. And there's no, the mics are off there in that time. Sometimes if you're in the courtroom, then okay, do they then hear the white noise? Is that so? I mean, I know we do, but in the courtroom, let me know. There you go. Elo Zerat said, no, they usually put a white noise machine on in court. Okay.
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Govan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I passed the
I'm sorry,
witness.
Miss Anderson. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yep, done, pass the witness.
Oh, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, my name is James Stainton. I'm the district attorney for Wise in Jack County. You and I have not met before today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you a very few questions here.
Okay.
And we're going to let you get out of here, okay?
All right.
The last time you would have seen the defendant, Tanner Horner, would have been 1992?
Yeah, I would.
1992.
Here's, hold on.
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions.
It was so long ago. He was a baby. Oh my word.
Maybe I can help you with that.
Okay.
You said here the last time you saw him, you were 10 or 11 years old. Is that right?
Yeah. It was about 11, 12 was last.
Hypothetically, if your birthday was in 91, right? You were
Yes.
10, 11 years old. And the last time you would have seen him, that would have been
excuse me, if your birthday was 81, you would
81.
have seen him in 92 or 93.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
That's about accurate, yes, sir.
So that's the last time you physically laid eyes on him was in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that all that you did as a 10 or 11-year-old was babysitting?
Yes.
And all of your memories and things that you're being asked about today, about his communication skills, all of these other things you're asked about, that's from 1993?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. You indicated a little bit here that I think you said you had wrong place, wrong time, or associated with the wrong people at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm not going to get into that, but let me just ask you, did you ever kill anybody?
No.
Did you ever kidnap anybody?
No.
Did you ever sexually assault a child?
No.
Pass a witness.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Fine with the state.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Your Honor, Dr.
The judge is also coughing now. Sorry, Judge. Nettie said, good grief, he admitted to the crime, sentenced him already. Well, that's the whole point of this trial. It's the penalty phase to decide what his sentence will be. That's the whole point of it. Will it be LWOP, life without parole, or will it be the death penalty? It's a death penalty case. He pleaded guilty on day one of the trial. If he hadn't done that, we may have seen some of this twice. That would have been worse. And the judge spared us from the Daubert hearing, where we would have seen these witnesses also twice. Ooh, oh my. So, thank you, Judge. He's very nice to us, the public, okay. Yeah, so when Tanner Horner pleaded guilty, phase one was over. Because that would have been opening statements, evidence from the state. Then the state would rest. Then the defense would put on their evidence. Then the defense would rest. Then there would be closing arguments, deliberations. The jury would come back with a guilty, probably. Yeah. Anyway, Tanner Horner pleaded guilty. So we went to phase two. Then there's opening statements from the state and the defense, and then the state puts on their aggravating evidence, and then the defense puts on and the mitigating factors. That's where we're at now. Then there's going to be closing arguments. Maybe the state will have rebuttal witnesses. I don't know. Closing arguments from both sides. The jury will go deliberate to come back with either LWOP or the death penalty. Gerardo said, can the judge change to DP if the jury says LWOP? I think so. I think it's ultimately up to the judge, but I think the whole reason that they obviously have the jury and the jury recommend the sentence, the judge would normally follow what the jury recommends. Okay.
Specht.
Come up, please, sir.
The judge is like, come up here. Everybody's the courtroom coffer today. Yes. Stefan said Tanner was 31 when he was arrested in 2022, so he was about 1 year old when the 10-year-old witness babysat him. Yeah. And is that when she last saw him? Oh my word.
Good morning. Remind you you're still under oath, okay? Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goby.
Dr. Specht, I'm going to go ahead and hand you Defense Exhibit 48 and Defense Exhibit 68.
Okay.
Let me see if you can identify both of those.
Yes.
Mr. Goby, I don't know if he's been actually introduced to the jury.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. So my name's Dr. Aaron Specht. I'm an assistant professor at Purdue University with an expertise in exposure assessment and environmental health. Yes, one is my CV, and I haven't seen it printed out before. One is a report I produced for this case.
Okay, and those appear to be true and accurate copies of both of those documents.
Yes.
Now we move to admit both, what were those numbers, 48 and...
What are the
48
exhibit
and-
numbers, Doctor?
48 on my CV and 68 on the report.
Any objection?
No objection,
Defense Exhibit 48 and Defense Exhibit 68 are admitted.
So now my first question was state your name. So you said your area of expertise is medical, physics, and environmental health?
Yes, medical physics, environmental health, and exposure assessment, yeah.
Let's back up and go through your education, please.
Okay. So I got my bachelor's degree from Purdue University in physics, and I did my PhD in medical physics in the School of Health Sciences at Purdue University. And then I did a postdoc training at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health in environmental health and epidemiology.
And what are your areas of research?
My areas of research focus on designing instrumentation to allow us to do environmental measures easier, so looking for environmental contaminants, then applying that into different studies, epidemiological studies, looking at potential health effects associated with those environmental contaminants, and looking at the toxicokinetics and the toxicological features associated with those environmental contaminants, which is essentially just how they go through the body and how they interact.
Okay, hang on. You
Sorry.
talk real fast.
Sorry about that.
All right.
I'll slow it down a bit.
Thank you. Go ahead.
May also need the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, pull that closer to you.
Is it this one or this
That
one?
That one. Okay.
And does that include research on X-ray fluorescence?
Yeah, so a lot of the instrumentation that I end up developing is focused primarily on X-ray fluorescence work. And so I can explain what X-ray fluorescence kind of is.
Let's come back to that in a minute
Okay.
and just get through the basics first.
Okay.
The qualifications part that we always have to walk through. So let's go to what are your academic appointments right now?
So my main appointment is at Purdue University, where I'm an assistant professor. I have an appointment at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. I'm a visiting scientist there, and I'm also the director of their trace metals lab. So that just means there's a bunch of people who ask questions about metals, and they don't know all that much about it themselves, so they reach out to us, and we guide them through designing the study or which measurements to make, any number of questions.
And have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes, I've published about 70 different peer-reviewed articles. So a peer-reviewed article is something where I design a study and I write it up, and then I'll send it out to a journal who will send it to anonymous reviewers from the scientific community who will then judge what the merit of it is in the context of my scientific field. And then it can get accepted or rejected based off their feedback.
And generally what topics do you cover in your published articles?
So it's the same kind of topics that I do most of my research on. Environmental health, exposure assessment, designing these instruments, all of that.
And have you been asked to be a peer reviewer for any journals in your field?
Oh yeah, more than a dozen.
And are you a member of any professional societies or scholarly organizations?
Yes, so I'm a member of the Society of Toxicology, and I'm actually the vice president for the metals specialty section as part of that. I'm a member of the International Society for Trace Element Research in Humans, and I'm the secretary for the society there. I'm also a member of the Health Physics Society, the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology, and the International Society of Exposure Science.
And have you received any fellowships, research grants, awards, or things like that?
Yeah, so I have funding from the National Institutes of Health. I have some foundation funding. I have funding from the Department of War, from any number of potential federal funders, and also a slew of foundations as well.
Was one of those from the Department of Defense?
Yes, yeah, the Department of War now. But
Okay,
yes.
Department of War. And have you previously testified in court about portable XRF, that X-ray radiofluorescence
Yes.
lead measurement?
Yes, so I previously testified in the Flint water crisis trials related to the lead exposure during that case.
And besides you testifying, have other experts relied upon your findings when they were testifying in court?
Yes, they have.
Now, in that Flint water crisis case, how many people did you test for using the portable XRF for that case?
I believe we ended up testing about 12,000 people that were in the community there.
Now, what are the biomarkers for lead exposure?
So the biomarkers that are traditionally used for lead exposure would be like blood. And you probably are familiar with this. If you have kids, they would get a blood screening, and a blood lead level would be given. This is actually a fairly recent measure of what people have been exposed to, because when lead goes into your body, it actually is going to dissipate fairly quickly from blood. The blood is just a car that transports it around the rest of the body. But when it goes in your body, it looks a lot like calcium. And so that's how it does all of these bad things in the body, is it hijacks places that calcium would ordinarily go. So it will pass through the blood-brain barrier and do stuff in your brain. And the blood transports it on the red blood cells, which is, normally where that would happen. And as a consequence as well, the lead will actually store primarily in bone, which is where calcium would normally store. So when it gets into the bone, 90% of the ingested lead actually will store in the bone. And then your bone's going to stay there. It's not here today and gone tomorrow. It turns over very, very, very slowly. So when we actually do a measurement, so with our device, we are able to measure bone lead levels instead of blood lead levels. And that bone lead level actually gives us a very cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to their entire life. And that's important because, lead, it has this impact, and it's going to do something in the brain by passing the blood-brain barrier. But all of our toxicological studies and the general scientific consensus shows that those effects are irreversible. So even though we're going to monitor it with blood, and maybe that will dissipate over time, those effects are going to linger and they're going to stay there for the rest of your life. So when we are able to do a cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to, that is a more effective measure of what the potential health outcomes are associated with that level of exposure.
So how long would that exposure be detectable in the blood?
In the blood, it normally dissipates fairly quickly within a couple weeks. So the half-life is about 30 days. So that means if you were exposed to something 30 days ago and we measured it today, half of it would still be present in the blood. The equivalent then for bone lead would be 30 years. So if you were exposed to something 30 years ago and we measured it today, half of it would still be present in your bone.
So you mentioned for the blood testing.
You guys are all saying pica, so I looked it up as well. Pica is P-I-C-A. Is an eating disorder characterized by the persistent consumption of non-food substances for at least 1 month. These can include dirt, clay, ice, hair, paper, paint chips, metal objects like coins, chalk, soap, or feces. Okay. Common in certain groups, children especially age 1 to 6, pregnant women, people with intellectual disabilities, individuals with nutritional deficiencies like iron, zinc, or calcium. Okay. Causes often linked to iron deficiency, anemia, or other mineral shortages. The body may crave non-food items in an attempt to obtain missing nutrients. All right. Risks and complications include poisoning, intestinal blockage, perforation or obstruction, zinc toxicity or copper deficiency from large amounts of pennies, dental damage, infections or parasites, or malnutrition. All right. In the context of coins, which is what Tanner ate, repeated ingestion can lead to zinc poisoning, as stomach acid dissolves the zinc core. So, but are they going to testify to lead poisoning? That's what the defense wants to go with. Okay.
One way to do it, how do you test for lead in blood?
You can do it a couple different ways. They're really technical analytical chemistry techniques. So one is inductive coupled plasma mass spectrometry, which essentially you digest the blood and you send it through a plasma flame, and then it goes through this magnetic quadrupole system, and it looks for mass to charge ratios, and it identifies a given isotope of lead. The other one, which is much more commonly used because it's much cheaper, is anodic stripping voltammetry, which is, they have these little kits. They call them the lead care kits, and you can drop a piece of blood onto it and then stick it in, and it'll give you a result in about 5 minutes. And those are typically used by health departments when they do your kids screening. That's what they'll use.
So what about bone testing for lead? How's that done?
Bone testing for lead is always done using X-ray fluorescence. The alternative is we do a bone biopsy. But with the X-ray fluorescence, we can do it non-invasively. So what we do is we have some kind of X-ray source, and we put that on the shin bone. And what it's going to do is it's going to send little X-rays into the bone, and each of those is going to interact on an atom-by-atom basis and make those atoms give off signals that are specific to whatever elements they are. And one of those elements happens to be lead, and we can go back and track it, so see how much lead is there, and then relate that to a concentration based off some normalizations we do for the particular physiology of a given person.
So you're talking about one of the elements. What are some of the other elements you might look for with that same technology?
We can look at iron and zinc and some other toxic elements like mercury, arsenic, and cadmium.
Oh. Naida said long eyes in like pica? P-I-C-A. Pica. Okay. Pica. Sorry, I think I said pica, right? Pica. P-I-C-A. All right.
And when was that technology developed?
So we originally started doing these bone lead tests back in the 1970s. And this technology has iterated over time, and we've gotten pretty good at it since the 1970s. We used these old devices with a radioisotope source, and we got this radioisotope source from a cyclotron that was, we had some sources in the U.S. originally, but right now the only cyclotron was based in Russia, so we can't get that one anymore. But the device itself was about 200 pounds. It used liquid nitrogen cooling for a high-pure germanium detector, and it took about 30 minutes to do a measurement.
Pica. Thank you, Tracy. I like it when you spell that like that. Imagine if I still get it wrong. Piku. You're like, no. Pica. Okay.
And what about the portable XRF?
Yeah, so the current device we use is not 200 pounds. It's about 5 pounds. It looks a lot like a barcode scanner. And you can do the same kind of thing. You hold it up to the middle of the shin bone, and you're able to actually determine the elemental content of that bone. And so it's using an X-ray tube source rather than a radioisotope source. And now instead of having that huge 200 pounds of liquid nitrogen, we use a thermoelectric cooler, which is much more compact.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I'm just going to put my demonstrators up.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Okay.
Presentation time. Okay, we don't mind presentation time.
Okay. So you kind of described these pretty well already, but what are we looking at here?
This is the previous iteration of the X-ray fluorescence devices. So you can see the big liquid nitrogen dewar there. That's where all the liquid nitrogen is stored. The detector on the front, and then that little black dot is actually covering up the radioisotope source on the front of that. And these took about, again, 30-minute measurements. We used these pretty extensively in the 90s and early 2000s with a whole bunch of different cohort studies of lead.
And what's that?
So this is the portable XRF, the one that I use now to do bone lead measurements, and we've used it for the past 15 years or so to do that. It takes about 3 minutes to do the measurement rather than 30 minutes. Again, it has the X-ray tube source, and it's battery operated, so I can take it with me and go into the field and do measurements that way.
And do you know which model that is?
That's a Thermo Fisher XL3T Gold D Plus model.
Is this commercially available?
This is a commercially available device that is traditionally used in industrial settings like mining, but we've adapted it with our research so that we can use it for these types of settings. We basically changed the software slightly so that it's able to collect and stay stagnant in a particular mode that gives us the readings we want to see for our bone lead measurements.
You said the software, so like 5 pounds, this is controlled by software, this isn't you just pushing buttons or anything?
No, so the tablet you can see on the device actually has a firmware loaded up, so it has, like some kind of operating system, and you can go through and make adjustments to the system through that.
So you're adjusting the settings, you're not building something from scratch?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you get the data off of that?
So the data is stored locally on the device on a hard drive there, but you can also get it off the device using a USB cable and plugging it into a computer.
So can you, when you take your measurement, you're able to look and see what the data is on the device?
You can see the data on the device, yes, that is correct.
And are there any studies or anything to show that the portable XRF model that you use is accurate, is as accurate as previous generations of XRF?
Oh yes, so we've done dozens of different studies looking at, human in vivo studies where we actually looked at this portable XRF versus the one on the previous slide with the huge liquid nitrogen tank. We've done studies of cadavers where we were able to actually do the measurement and then section off a piece of bone that we would then analyze using a chemistry lab. We've done this in wildlife studies and any number of different settings where we've actually validated that this device is measuring what we think it should be measuring.
Okay. Let's dumb that one down for just a little bit. So if you're wanting to know if the new thing you're trying to measure with, so you get a new plastic ruler, and you want to know if it measures the same as your old wooden ruler.
Yeah.
You're comparing what measurements you get with the wooden ruler to what you get with the plastic ruler, right?
Correct.
So
Yep.
you use the old generation and said, what readings did it get? And then use the new generation and see what readings it get.
I mean, that's the question, right? It doesn't sound like it so far. Combat Gremlin says, so did you actually do measurements on Mr. POS? Did he, though? Not? This is just going to be vague and general again, not related to Tanner Horner? Oh, my.
Yeah, it gets, and if they're the same, that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yep, that is effectively the exact thing we're doing with this.
So like somewhere in the world there's a rod that tells you what a meter actually length is, and every other meter stick in the world is supposed to match that.
Yes.
Okay. So, but you went further than that and you actually took cadavers, measured them with this, cut a piece of bone out of it, for just in layman's terms,
Yep.
dissolved that and saw how much lead was in it and see if that matched.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So that's how you determine that this particular model works.
Yes.
Can you point it at him now?
Have there been studies completed in the United States and internationally to verify how this works? That it does work?
Yeah, so I've done many studies in the U.S. At various universities, Duke University, Harvard University, Boston University, Medical University of South Carolina. I have a study actually at University of Texas, Arlington. And yeah, I have dozens of studies there. On the international stage, I've done measurements in 14 different countries, including Iraq and India and China. I've taken this with me all over the world.
Now, I put some images up of kind of different places, and this demonstrated how you actually would use it. And we're talking about the tibia bone. Is that the bone we're talking about, the front of the leg?
Yes, yeah, that would be the shin bone, yeah.
So with the portable one, I guess in that middle photo, you see with the portable one, you hold it for 3 minutes, and then the one in the background, you would actually have to be...
You'd be like strapped to the chair
30
for
minutes.
30 minutes.
Okay.
And it was very difficult in that study because we were trying to measure kids, and we watched one movie probably 300 times.
Try to get them to hold still.
Yeah.
Okay. So does the FDA approve using the model portable XRF on humans?
Yes.
And how is that done?
So it has a 510K clearance, which is essentially saying it's substantially equivalent to something of equal risk.
And is this use of the portable XRF for bone lead measurement recognized by the Center for Disease Control?
Yes. So the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, the NIH, they all recognize this technology. And actually, I was a subject matter expert and a reviewer for the Integrated Science Assessment of Lead, which is this huge EPA 2,000-page document that goes through all of the potential impacts of lead in the body, but also, importantly, the exposure assessment. And my role was to look at the toxicology and also measurements of bone.
Now, are you aware of other institutions that are using this same model, XRF, to do bone lead measurement in humans?
Yes, so I've listed some off before, but Duke, Harvard, Boston University, Johns Hopkins is using it for humans. These are all just for humans too. Medical University, South Carolina, Purdue University, Indiana University. I'm forgetting probably a dozen, but.
Can you give me an approximate number how many bone lead measurements have been completed with your device?
With our device alone, probably more than 60,000 measurements have been completed on humans.
And did you examine Tanner Horner?
I did.
Did you review any records in preparation for that examination?
In preparation for the examination, I did not.
Okay. Have you reviewed any records that would reveal potential sources of lead exposure for Tanner?
I believe I saw something that he had some lead paint exposure potentially. And then I heard the testimony this morning about him eating coins. That's problematic for lead exposure.
Well, let's go ahead and
Are you sure? I don't know. Uncle Google said it's problematic for zinc exposure. Lead? Not from modern coins, not from when Tanner was born, huh? Look at me smiling. Do you believe yourself? Sir, do you believe what you're saying there? Huh? For the defense? I don't know about that.
skip to that and can tell me about how people get exposed to lead.
Normally, people get exposed to lead through a variety of routes. You can have inhalation, ingestion, or absorption. So primarily inhalation and ingestion being the principal sources of potential exposure. If you think back into the 90s when we had lead in gasoline, we were all exposed to a lot of inhalation sources of lead as everyone was driving cars around that was putting it in the air. I'd say nowadays most of the higher sources of lead are from lead paint or ingesting lead as a kid. And again, this kind of goes hand in hand with the toxicology of it. So when a younger kid gets exposed to an amount of lead, they actually have a greater percentage of having that actually taken up in the body. So
how did Tanner get exposed to it? Tell us. Do tell, because it wasn't from those coins. We know things. Uncle Google told us. Right?
The coins went through his body, and maybe some of it came off, but most of it hopefully went through the rest of his body. But that some of it that came off was taken up in the body very, very easily because of his age, versus an adult who would have probably half the amount would actually get taken up in the body. And that goes with a lot of things and nutritional needs and whatnot as a growing kid.
And is that why he did what he did? It's because he had coins, huh? The coins that had zinc in them and no lead? But then he got lead poisoning somehow from eating tons of coins, and that's why he did what he did. So just feel sorry for him, okay?
And remember when you conducted your exam on Tanner?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was late last year.
Okay. And was that in the Tarrant County Jail?
The one right over here, right?
Yeah.
I think that was one and the same. I walked by it this morning. I was like, oh, okay. I remember where I am.
Okay. So I assume it was easier to use.
Did he get lead poisoning from his jail cell? Is it the bars? What is it? Debbie Vanneman. Unless you're in America. Debbie Vanneman. Thank you so much for your $20 sticker. I really appreciate that.
Use the portable X.
Yes.
Or
Yep.
than anything else. All right. So just walk us through what you did to use that with Tanner.
Okay, so the procedure is fairly straightforward. So with the device, we power it on.
Let's just pause and ask a question to chat. Have you ever swallowed a coin? How many did you swallow? You ever ate a coin? Anything else? It's not an interrogation. Once upon a time, I put a roulette ball, little roulette ball in my mouth when my friend was over. We were playing, having so much fun, and then I swallowed it. Then I was crapping myself because I was like, not literally, so scared of what my parents are going to do. Like, how do you replace that? How do you replace that? I don't know. I never saw it again. I don't know where it went. And they were mad because I swallowed their roulette ball. Ruined all their fun. Sorry about that. Well, you let us play with it, okay? Probably going to swallow it when I was a kid.
We have Tanner lift up his pant leg, revealing his shin. And
Wait. We need a trigger warning for that, sir. Excuse me. Slow down. Sure. Your Tanner lift up his pant leg. Okay, go on.
What we do is you set up the software, make sure it's going to operate in the right mode, and you'll align that parallel to his shin bone. So the x-ray tube comes out at a slight angle, so being parallel allows us to go up the bone rather than across and potentially miss. Then when we have it placed correctly, we energize the device, and we essentially just stare at each other for 3 minutes while the device collects its data. Then we turn it off, and the data is collected and stored on the device.
And is that the correct protocol for doing that collection?
Yes, that's the same methodology we've used in every measurement for the past 15 years.
And what were the results of your test?
The test showed that he had been exposed to lead, and it had accumulated in his bone to a degree of an exact measure of 12.1 micrograms of lead per gram bone mineral content. So that unit is the way we've done bone lead measurements since the 1970s, essentially.
How to get it? What does it make him do? Huh? Are we going to blame the lead? Coins he ate? Okay. Potter said, unless he was ingesting silver dollars, ancient Roman coins, or forged coins, there ain't no lead in any of those coins. Highly unlikely that that house in Byron he lived in had flaking lead paint. Yeah, okay. Caroline Taterville said, no coins, but I drank a lot of hose water. I love how you guys are all answering. Dawn Marie said, I put a pee up my nose, and once I put a baby aspirin up my nose. And did you get it? Was it still up there? Evie said, I love you. All G. Mods chat, thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. Gunarine said, I ate dirt as a little kid. I think I may have done that as well. That's probably the low iron. I had that problem. It's fixed now. I no longer eat dirt. I think as a kid, I think I used to like, especially when it rains, the smell of dirt, right? Okay. Are you kidding me? Said, I hate, what? I ate a huge caterpillar. L-wop for you. Sorry about that. Okay, now Cash Stuffing Canadian Jen said, what about his brain? That's what we want to know. Okay, so he's got lead in his bones. He lifted up his pant leg and then Did you test beyond his diaper or what? Yeah, Lobo said it wasn't from coins. Mm-hmm. Oh my.
And can you kind of put that into context for us? What does that mean?
Yes, so bone lead, again, since it's giving us a cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to, the important thing is to actually have age-matched control data. So we can look at someone else who's the same age and say, okay, well, this is what they would have had in their bone, because it accumulates and it doesn't go away. So we have a population study we typically use for this, which was based in Toronto. And in that study, the same age group as Mr. Horner would have had about 0.5 micrograms of lead per gram bone mineral. And to put that further into perspective, so his level was 24 times higher than that comparison group, first of all. Secondly, you can do a total body bone, or a total body lead measurement. So because we have this in units of bone mineral content, and everyone has a certain amount of bone mineral content over their body, we can actually determine how much total lead he had in his body. And so that comparison, he came back with about 33,000 micrograms of lead. Quite high, compared to his peers at closer to, I believe, 1,500 micrograms.
Sir, when you say I believe, we don't believe you. Because that doesn't sound factual. When someone says, I believe, you're not sure. And what does that have to do with what he did? Do tell us. Are you going to tell us that analysis? Ken Barron, thank you so much for your $20 sticker. Look at the little number 1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I like how you guys are all fessing up in chat here, what you put in your nose and what you ate as a kid. Interesting.
Of lead.
Okay, and are you aware of how many micrograms of lead it would take to potentially have an effect on someone?
So the CDC sets this level of blood lead, that is the level of concern, and it's at 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. And we actually show that there is harm at lower levels, and the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, the World Health Organization, every scientific organization of merit has said that no level of lead is good for you. But if we do the same total body estimate with that 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, you get to about 250 micrograms of lead as the dose that can cause harm. And so 250 micrograms, very different than 33,650 micrograms.
And I know you said this, but just to clarify, when we're talking about the group that we're comparing it to, it would make a difference in age because you were talking about lead being more prevalent in society, and that if you lived in the 70s, you'd have more exposure. So is that why you have to break it to age groups?
Yeah, that's essentially it. So if you're older, maybe you had the exposure from the 90s when you were inhaling the leaded gasoline that was being combusted. And so we'd have to account for that. So that's why we do that age comparison, because this is going to be reflective of what you were exposed to in your life. So you have to do an age-matched control.
And so over time, has that data kind of been updated? You said you were using the Toronto study. Is there a reason why you use that one?
The Toronto study is the most recent study with age-matched control data that we have. There's previous studies from the 90s, but that would be irrelevant because back in the 90s, we had so many other sources of lead exposure in our bodies that it wasn't going to, be as significant as a difference.
Sir, you're smiling a lot. Are you nervous? Probably. Going red? Are we sensing Jupiter's delight? Shame. I think he's doing his best, but man, I don't think this has anything to do with what Tanner Horner did, right?
And so, to summarize, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
So my opinion is that Mr. Horner experienced a significant amount of lead exposure that would have impacted his health, and particularly his neurological health.
pass the witness, Johnson.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of questions about, Dr. Specht, about this particular device that you're using. It's called a XL3T Gold, is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
it's made by Thermo Fisher,
Yes.
okay? And this particular device, and you said that you had some FDA, what was the number you used on the FDA?
510K.
And what do you have from Thermo Fisher giving you authority or direction in using this on humans?
So Thermo Fisher doesn't market the device for these types of tests. We actually do the modifications to the device to allow it to be able to be used on humans. So Thermo Fisher doesn't actually have the approvals needed to go through that process.
So the manufacturer of this device does not approve this device for use on humans, is that correct?
They only have it for the billions of dollars they make for mining and whatnot.
I'm going to ask you again. They don't approve it for use on humans.
They do not sell it for that purpose, no.
Now, as we talked about this, you indicated that your final opinion is that Mr. Horner had a significant lead exposure. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talked about the coins being an issue, right?
Yes.
And as part of your review for this case, can you point to anything in his medical records where he had some form of lead toxicity?
I'm not a doctor and I did not review his medical records.
Right, but you've made some opinions here about people getting significant exposures and the results of those exposures, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, if somebody has lead toxicity at some point, that's something that's going to be needed to be treated by a doctor, right?
Not necessarily. So we have a couple treatments for high lead exposure. And primarily the one treatment we use often is called chelation treatment. And so this is really the only intervention we have when it comes to high levels of exposure. And so chelation essentially would go into the blood and it would pull out any amount of metals, just general metals though, it's not just lead. So they only use it in cases where there's really high exposures. But again, that only...
And you think the Tanner was exposed to a higher level of lead, so did you give him that treatment? Following your opinion? Has he been treated?
That focuses primarily...
If not, that goes to future dangerousness then, based on the assumptions being made here, am I right?
on the blood.
And you don't have anything that you can point to in Mr. Horner's history wherein he received any type of chelation treatment?
No, I cannot.
And you would have said that at some point he received I'm going to make a presumption here, you help me with this, a pretty high dose of lead at some point in his childhood, is that right?
Yes, he would have had to have had some exposure to lead during his childhood to accrue this amount of cumulative lead dose.
Now, you said some exposure. Now, I'm looking at your numbers here, and at 24 times higher, that doesn't seem to me to be just some exposure. That seems to be a pretty massive exposure.
Yes, that would be a pretty massive exposure.
Okay. And I know you're not a medical doctor, but a massive exposure like that, is that potentially lethal?
If it was all at once, it could be, but the lethality associated with blood lead levels varies quite a lot by individual. So I've reviewed some cases before where individuals have had blood lead levels of greater than 100 micrograms per deciliter, and they still haven't passed away yet.
Okay. So these numbers that we're talking about here, you said that his level is 12.1 micrograms, and what it should be is 0.5 micrograms. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's where you get that 24 times or 2,400% number.
Yes.
Right. So one of my questions to you is at that level, how is it that Mr. Horner is still walking around and not having some effect from that? How is that possible?
Well, I'm not claiming that he doesn't have any effect from it. He does have an effect from it.
But at that level, at that massive a level that we're talking about, how is he still alive?
So there's levels, there's scales to the amount of exposure needed. The dose is what's really dependent, and when the dose happened over time. Again, the lead is going to come into the body, and it's going to have some irreversible impacts.
I don't trust the level. I don't trust the test he did. I just don't. 12.1 and it should be 0.5. Would you come up with that number, sir? Huh? Anyway.
But the lethality of it is really dependent on how fast that happens.
Okay. And you said something about you tested a bunch of people in Flint that had a water crisis.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Were they as high as Mr. Horner at 12.1, or were they lower as an average?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but on average they were lower.
Okay. So the people in Flint who drank from all that contaminated water for, I would assume 30, 40, 50 years, is that right? Potentially?
No, the Flint water crisis was they did have lead pipes, but they swapped the water source, and that led to a huge amount of leaching of lead into their water system.
Right, and these people were exposed to it for a fairly long period of time, were they not?
Not that long, not 30 years or 10 years or even 5 years in some cases.
But their levels were lower than Mr. Horner's.
Yes.
Now, what I'm trying to figure out here a little bit is you said something about, and I'm not a scientist, I'm going to have you help me here.
Yeah.
Is that he had a total lead amount of 33,650 micrograms in his body.
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about that number.
Okay.
You're telling me that there is that many micrograms physically located in his body?
Yes. Integrated into his bone.
Okay. So let me just put this on a scale and ask you, 33,650 micrograms. I'm not a scientist. Is that a...
I do like the way the state says micrograms, and I'm not a scientist. Love the accent, love it. Stefan said there's a reason why the FDA did not approve that test for humans, because they're not accurate. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking at something here. Is that a cupful?
No.
Okay. And in fact, do you know the conversion to grams? How many grams that would be in his system?
0.03.
0.03365.
Why laughing? Are you making up more numbers? 0.03. Eh? We're not buying what you're selling, sir. Not trying to snark at you, but Nah. I'm detecting a little bit of BS going on here.
It'd be 33,000 times 1 e to the minus 6. So, yeah.
I'm going to trust you on that.
I don't know if I trust myself on that, but
All right.
Oh,
So
my word. You literally said it yourself. See, he snarks at himself. You said, I don't know if I trust myself on that. Okay. Wow, defense. It's going well.
I guess my question is 0.03 grams. So if we were to extract it all out of his body, 0.03 grams, I mean, is it as much as this right here? Is that 0.03? How much is 0.03 grams?
it doesn't seem like very much. But again, this is something, we ingest a lot of it, and maybe a lot of it's going to pass through our body. But this is stuff that's actually been incorporated into our body. And so it doesn't take all that much to cause harm. And in terms of the toxicology of this, we know, so this was actually just the bone content. But the bone content, you're not super worried about the bone content. In toxicological studies, we have shown that the bone is a good corollary for what is actually in the brain as well. So we can use this as a determining factor. Okay, well then his brain was exposed to this amount over some amount of time as well.
And you're smiling your ass off while saying that. It's just not coming off as very believable, hey? Abraham says, "Sir, I don't think we trust any of this testimony. How about that?" I don't trust it. My gut feel is like, yeah, no.
And that's more impactful.
Right, I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out how much is it. I mean, 0.03 grams, is that like a BB? Is that what we're talking about? That's the total amount?
It could be on the same order, yeah.
Okay, so something, we're talking in the entirety of his whole body, something like this.
Yes, but it's actually incorporated into his body. And again, it's 24 times higher than what any one of his peer groups would have been exposed to.
Prove it.
That's what was wrong.
Redirect.
Spearhead 347 said, "I'm actually shocked that the defense is grabbing at such an absurd reason. He did this. They're just trying to spare his life. It's the lead, okay? It's the water source. It's the coins that didn't contain any lead, had lots of zinc, but we don't see a lot of zinc. But okay, it's definitely in the coins. It's also his dad's fault. Maybe his mom's? Neighborhood. All that. Blame the brother next. Oh my word. Thank you for your support. Cat OG79, thanks for being a member for 8 months. You said justice for Athena. Yes. Okay.
Briefly. So you mentioned before that, I guess, the CDC, the EPA, the Department of War, Duke, Johns Hopkins, I think you said the Medical College of South Carolina, Purdue University, a bunch of places do use this portable device to detect bone lead in here.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And we talked before about other experts relying on your findings. I assume those experts are relying on those findings because lead did have an effect on the person.
Yes, exactly.
And we're talking about a BB, I guess that's the size of a pill too, and those can have effects on people.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. State.
Yes, one last question here. You talked about the normal test that a doctor would do would be a blood test. And you said that goes out of their system in how long?
So the half-life is about 30 days. Yeah. And they do the blood test, again, primarily because the only treatment available is acting in the blood.
Right. And so it wouldn't surprise you if Tanner Horner's medical records indicated he tested essentially negative for blood when he got tested, would you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily, depending on when that test occurred versus when he was actually exposed.
But at this level that what you're talking about here, this extreme level, this massive amount of lead, according to you, in his system, how is it possible that with this much lead, according to you, in his system, that he still tests zero?
Well, I mean, it could easily have been, tested at very different time points in his life. So if you test blood lead level very recently and he was exposed when he was 2 or 3, then the blood test could come back effectively zero. And again, this is effectively zero because even those blood tests aren't 100% accurate.
That's what it's showing.
Nothing further.
I'm sorry?
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Good to the state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The judge is like, may this witness finally be excused. Yes.
Any of those exhibits. Okay, we're going to get lunch on the way for you, okay? And so enjoy it, and we'll see you back this afternoon, okay? All right?
You could say the time, Judge. You could say the time. See you back this afternoon, 3 p.m. What? We'll be like, wait, what? Luckily, Fox 4 News has updated us. They'll be back until 1 p.m.
1 o'clock, everybody.
There you go, 1 o'clock. Don't need coins, Tanner. That could prove your future dangerousness.
I mean, I could answer that.
Would you like a hot mic? Oh, no, we want to hear the hot mic. Yeah. Oh, Maddie said Tanner requests 4 pennies for lunch. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mary said, stop licking the jail bars, Tanner. Yeah. All right. So we wait until the court is on lunch until 1 p.m. Right now, if you're watching live with me, it is 12:46. And I want to show you. What do I want to show you? Is it this one?
I've covered.
I think so. Wait for it. Ooh. Let's find it. I'm trying to find you something. Wait. Yeah, that. Okay, let's bring this up from yesterday. The debrief from WFAA. Wait, did I get that right? WFAA. Yeah, okay. This was a pretty useful debrief. Okay, here we go. So we go forward a little bit.
And then the defense had no further questions and they let her go.
Right. The crime and justice reporter who was in the courtroom joins us. And Rebecca, for us, we had a kind of a wow moment at the end of Tanner's mom's testimony when she acknowledges that she's been watching the live stream, shouldn't be watching the live stream. And so that, I want to hear your reaction because I know what our reaction was.
So, WFAA courtroom insider Rebecca Lopez spilling some tea. Something to watch while we wait for them to come back from lunch, right? And let's hope that they don't redact too much of this afternoon's testimony because the judge apparently said some of the audio will be redacted, some of the video will still be blurred. Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, I was really surprised too because they've all been instructed not to listen to any testimony or to watch the live stream. And then I guess she got scared, like, I don't want to be thrown in jail for this. Please don't throw me in jail. But I feel like the judge is going to just go ahead and let that go. I don't feel like that they're going to hold her in contempt of court or anything like that. But I did think that that was really kind of shocking that she admitted that she'd been watching the testimony in this case. And you guys were talking about Dad. He has passed away. Apparently he died a few years ago in I believe that the mom testified that he died in a motorcycle accident or some sort of accident while Tanner was in jail.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's recent.
So we at times we were having a hard time understanding Mom. I mean, she's speaking really low, and so the reason, so we missed that, but we gathered by the way they were talking about Dad that he was deceased because they were, you know, when you talk about somebody in the past tense. But I thought that, you know, that Bree and I agree that, you know, this moment where she acknowledges having, you know, where she's asked initially, what do you understand about what happened in this case? And at first, you know, I believed, you know, what he said about what happened. And then, she's asked if you were watching the live stream, and she says, you know, don't throw me in jail. And then acknowledges that, yes, she has. And then she, goes on to say, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. I mean, that, Bree and I were talking, that doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen.
I don't know that I've ever seen that particular scenario play out.
Yeah, I agree. And then they cut her off pretty quickly after that. Yeah, I was sort of stunned as well because, again, they are told, you take the oath, you are told not to, watch anything. All these witnesses have known they're not supposed to be watching or listening to any testimony because.
Like, why did his mother watch testimony? And then she was like, oh, you're going to put me in jail? Why did she do that? And why did no one, state or defense, have an issue with that? My goodness. Yeah, Ken Barron said, who's next? Mm-hmm.
It can shape how you testify. So that was a very shocking moment in the courtroom. But and then, to me, it also felt like a little bit of it was she was also apologizing for Tanner's actions. When she's saying, I'm sorry, she's actually looking at Athena's family. And so I also feel like she is just really is horrified by what her son did. And she says, I'm angry with him. I want to tear his, and then she used an expletive there. she's angry with what he did. She says, I don't even know who that was that did that. Not
Desert Dwellers Glisten Lol said, I'm sorry if I'm being brutally honest. If I had a child on trial for their life, I'd watch too. I'd get the reason why mom wasn't supposed to, but can totally understand that, yeah, I mean, rules are rules, you know what I mean? If you're not allowed to, you're not allowed to. That's the court's order. That's the problem. So, doesn't seem to be an issue now. Hopefully it's not an issue later.
my son, but that she obviously still loves him as a mom.
Right.
Yeah, because that was what you said with the last part you just said. That was what she said right before they went to that break. So,
Right.
And yeah, she took a break because I think she also needed a bathroom break, and she needed to also compose herself.
Yeah.
What did you make of the testimony from the great aunt?
I kind of felt like they were not getting what they wanted out of her, maybe. So I think the defense just sort of, moved on. I don't know how that was really that helpful in either way, honestly.
Right? Not that helpful. I don't think so either. Shame. So yesterday we heard from a professor of psychology, Dr. John Edens. Didn't help the defense at all. Then we heard from Tanner's mom. Okay. And then we heard from Auntie Dottie. I don't know if that helped at all either. So that was 3. And then today we've heard from Tanner's aunt, Tanner's second cousin, Dr. Aaron Specht. And that's it for now. So we've had 6 witnesses so far for the defense's case, out of a max of about 19, depending on if all 19 made it through the Daubert hearing or not, which we are yet to still find out. Okay.
I don't think she had a lot to add to what we heard from mom, other than, he had other than he was messy and, lived, in the shed, and, that, he was loved by his dad. But beyond that, I just didn't hear a lot of testimony that would be helpful to the defense or the prosecution either way.
And I really thought, again, we heard from mom, we heard sort of how tumultuous, their life was as it related to the mother. And you have to have, I think, the other side of that, just so that nobody can make the argument that, he had a really stable dad.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I think they had to bring somebody to say, no, dad was equally unstable.
All sides of the family.
All sides of the family. Right. So that you can then sort of close that loop and make the argument that this is somebody, is this mitigating enough?
Right.
He not just from his mom's side, but from his dad's side too.
Somebody is asking about. Go ahead.
Did y'all catch where they show a video of Tanner's son taking his first steps,
right? And
then and that he's frustrated at times being a new dad, and he doesn't know how to handle it. And then she says that at times he would be overwhelmed, so he asked me to come, get the
right. He was afraid of what he might do or something like that.
Yeah. Talk about that, because that was interesting. I don't think that helped the defense's case at all, right? When Tanner's mom said someone she had to come over to intervene or babysit or whatever or help him because he was overwhelmed and wasn't sure what he might do. Okay.
He was afraid that he might hurt him.
Yes, that was her
I thought
words.
that was not, yes. And so I thought, as I watched, seeing his family sitting there, that he's afraid he's going to hurt his own son, yet he horribly attacks and kills this young girl, this 7-year-old girl. And so I thought that was probably not helpful to the defense.
Yeah,
I like their debriefs on WFAA, right? Rexy, G55 said, believe the Daubert hearing only applies to experts. I think so. We just don't know who all was in there, right? And it was 3 days of the Daubert hearings. Damn, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. So who all was in there? How many made it through? Basically, we want to know, are we there yet? Not? May 4th. Do you think the defense's case will go on until May 4th?
Testified that way.
I think too, Tanya and Rebecca, do you not have some future danger there? If there were fears you were going to hurt one child, then ultimately you did hurt another child?
Let me ask you this, Bree. Did the prosecution turned mom into a prosecution witness.
I think with some of the things that mom said, and I think we can all agree, she did not help her son. I completely understand that she has to say, she has to sort of be apologetic for his behavior and things like that, and she has to kind of own her own behavior and her own choices. But there were things that she said during her testimony that I think are sound bites, like they stand out.
Yeah, like I want to tear his ass up. We heard that. I made a YouTube short for you out of that. I clipped it for you, in case you missed it. Yeah, his own mom said, I'm so angry with him, I want to tear his ass up. Okay, we'd like to see that happen. Wait, what? Okay, and then also about babysitting, intervening with Chester is his son's name, with Tanner's son, because Tanner was getting overwhelmed and wasn't sure what he might do. Oh my.
It really hurt him, like I would take care of the baby because he would get frustrated and he was scared he was going to hurt the baby. Like he didn't know what to do because he was a new dad.
Right.
That he was scared he was going to hurt the baby. I think that can be interpreted both ways. Hurt the baby, like physically hurt the baby, or hurt the baby like I don't know what I'm doing and could I like accidentally drop the baby. But I think obviously the prosecution is going to go with he's violent and he was going to get frustrated and hurt his own child, let alone somebody else's child.
Right. That's how I took it.
That hurt a lot, in my opinion.
I thought that as soon as she said that, I just, I perked up. I couldn't believe that, she said that, because that definitely was not helpful to her son's defense. Because you're right. And not only that, remember, they've also shown where he has covered the lens at least twice before when he is out delivering packages, and he did the same thing when he was basically what the prosecution is saying, he was stalking other kids and stalking Athena, and that's why he kept covering up the camera while he's out delivering packages. So now you combine that with mom being afraid that he might hurt his own son, and then obviously what he does to Athena, and then these other two kids, and then you've got these two women that have also said that accused him of sexual assault. That is a lot.
That is a lot. I think that's going to help the jury. Carrie said, I keep thinking about the jail calls where his mom begged Tanner to say he didn't abuse Athena, that baby. Didn't she also yesterday say something like, I have to listen again, but it was like, because I know how he gets. Something about, Athena being, she was just a baby. But there was a line there that she said yesterday about something like, oh, because I know how he gets. I'm like, how does he get? What does that mean? What do you mean? How does he get? Huh? Especially around kids, oh my word.
Violent behavior on his part, or potential violent behavior, that it could, the jury's could say, hey, you know what? He does pose a future threat.
Well, and I think that's the logical conclusion to wrapping all of that up, right? I think one of the things that Tanya and I were just sort of like, just kind of thinking about, not necessarily like saying that this would happen, but we were sort of both like, this is such a horrific act that if he wasn't caught, that he could have done it again. And the truth of the matter is, this is just the time he was caught. He was.
I think so too. I think he would have done it again. Also, yesterday we looked at a video from a guy that posted on Facebook his ring cam video saying that Tanner Horner was there, but not delivering a package. Like he didn't deliver anything to the person's house, but was feeding the dogs. And that person said that his name is Tom. He posted on Facebook and said that he's got a beautiful blonde 8-year-old daughter, especially at that time, right? She would be older now. But that's scary. I do think he would have done it again. What do you guys think?
Trying to do this before. And I think that what all of those facts establish is that he got caught this time, but he had been trying. And how is that not something that supports a feeling of future danger or possible future danger?
Well, and one thing that somebody pointed out to me is that, when they are put in general population, they're not just dealing with inmates and guards. They're also dealing with therapists and doctors if they have to go to the...
That's a good point for future dangerousness. Yes. Dealing with doctors, therapists, being in Bible study, whatever. Not just other inmates. Good point as well. Brandy, thanks for being a member for 41 months.
The hospital, or they have to be transported for their hearings, or they've got, so it's not like they only have contact in the general population with just prisoners, inmates, and guards. They do have contact with other civilians while they are in general population. So that is why I think the prosecution is obviously saying, look, this guy is a future threat. Put him on death row where he can't really talk to anybody but himself or see anybody except for 1 hour out of the day, every day.
True.
Right.
Rebecca, we had a few questions in the chat that I want to answer from people. People were wondering about Tanner's reactions to his mother crying. Was there any did you see any sort of interplay there?
No, he was looking down, and at times he's been doing this throughout the trial. He just sort of lowers his head and sort of looks down at the table, but not a lot of visible reaction. There was one time though when she is, I believe, talking about his son, and he does take a deep breath, and it does look like he wants to tear up at that point. I didn't see him tear up, but it did seem like he was showing a little more emotion at that time. But pretty much he's sort of just looked down or looked away.
Well, and a lot of times that's you'll actually advise them to show, Bree would tell you this, show no emotion. So that's not totally unusual.
I don't think that's difficult for Tanner Horner, hey? He shows nothing.
Usual. The other question somebody's asking is, why did we end so abruptly today? Was it just the last witness they had on tap? Or?
That was going to be my question too, Rebecca. Did you get any information about why we are ending so early?
Now, I thought that there was going to be a couple of other civilian witnesses. I thought there was going to be 3 or 4. So I left the courtroom to come out here. So I didn't really get to hear the final explanation about why we ended the way we did. But he did say he wanted to speak to the lawyers. The judge did. And so they were discussing some things. And maybe we'll know more tomorrow. Or I'll try to get some answers.
We got some answers from other local news, right? That they thought that the mom might not testify, and they were going to play 2 to 4 hours of her deposition. Damn, okay. And that would have then taken up most of the time. They didn't plan any other witnesses beyond the mom yesterday. Potter said, thank you, dear Grizzly, from me in Australia. I really appreciate your extensive coverage of these cases. Thank you so much.
And I think too, with sort of the drama with the ending of mom's testimony, I can imagine that the court might say, wait a minute, like, we don't need to continue to have this issue, because if we continue to have this issue with all of these witnesses, are we going to get too dangerously close to potential mistrial in this case? And so let me talk to the lawyers right now. I want you guys to call every single witness that you're intending on calling, and I want you to make sure that they're not watching this.
Could be that. Could be also why they ended early. I'm monitoring the court feed. They're not back yet. They're supposed to be back at 1 p.m. now. From lunch, so we'll switch over soon. We're just going to listen to the last little bit of this debrief from yesterday.
Live stream, that they understand what the rule means, that they're adhering to it, or be real clear with them that I will start putting people in jail. So I'm wondering if he's worried about that.
Yeah, and that was going to be my question. Could the defense at that point, when mom says, I was watching the live stream, could they have requested a mistrial at that point?
Yes, but absolutely.
They could have, right? Yeah.
And what do you think the judge would have done?
Didn't do that.
Denied it.
I think he would have made it. Yeah, I think he would have.
What do you think the judge would have done? Denied it. And that will be denied. We can see it, right? We can imagine it.
Denied a mistrial.
Yeah, I would think so at this point.
But I still think that you make the objection, you make the motion for a mistrial,
because they
right?
didn't do it, though.
I know.
So now they haven't preserved it for appeal.
That's correct.
Can they not come back?
They can, I think, sometimes, like sort of outside of the presence of the jury, or outside of, sort of the main part of the trial, you can come back and say, I want to put some things on the record. I want to move for a mistrial. I mean, probably knowing that the court wouldn't grant it, so timing is not super, super important, but preserving it for appellate purposes. Now, again, she's not a fact witness. You know what I mean? She was more of a character, sort of talking about Tanner as a person.
And she's your witness.
And she's your witness. But your witnesses can tank your case. And if you need to blow up your case because your witnesses are messing up, then you do that, right? Because that's part of what your job is. So I think that they may preserve it on the record outside of the presence of the jury. Like maybe they're on a break right now, everybody's talking, and they're going to preserve some of these errors that came up during mom's testimony.
Yeah. Rebecca, something people have been asking over and over, they want to know the makeup of this jury.
Yeah, tell us.
Well, it's a little hard to tell because I don't know who the alternates are. They're all sort of sitting together, but I don't know, who the two alternates are. But there are young people, a couple of young people on the jury, mostly middle-aged. There are several women. I would say roughly half are women. And there are, there are two African Americans. There is a gentleman that looks a young guy that looks like he is possibly Indian, and then you have what appears to be a Latina, but it's hard, it's hard to tell. But there may a lot of women or half women, men, mainly middle aged, but there are a couple of young jurors also, and the young lady. What I think is probably the youngest one on the jury, she's the one that has shown a lot of emotion. She's been crying a lot, sobbing through some of the testimony, really hard controlling her emotions at times because, as you can imagine, I mean, especially during that tape, it was awful for anyone to hear. But for a young person that maybe has never served on a jury, probably isn't exposed to this kind of stuff like we are, that was very, very difficult for her.
And if I can ask a question really quick, John, when you say she's maybe the youngest, what would you think her age range could be?
I would say she's in her 20s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's heavy, to be that age, and again, we don't know what her, what knowledge she has of a criminal justice system, but it's highly likely she doesn't have a lot, and to be, this potentially be your first experience with it, be a case like this, that's got to be tough.
And I'm shocked that there's so many women. Now, obviously, you don't have complete control over who lands on the jury, right? We talk about the fact that jury selection in the state of Texas is a deselection process, not a selection process, right? Like you don't get to actually, I want 1 and I want 2 and I want 5. But you're deselecting people based on their inability to serve, right? So you don't have complete control over who's on your jury. But to have a case like this involving a young girl and a man killing her, and you have more than 50% of your jurors as women, that's tough for the defense. I mean, oftentimes you'll say, female jurors are more sympathetic and they're more forgiving and all that kind of stuff. But if any of them are moms, if any of them are moms, that's a real tough situation to have for the defense, I think.
Exactly. The other things.
Yeah, and she's been taking notes very diligently, Tanya.
Almost there, I guess. I don't know. We're still just waiting for the court to come back. Okay. Any minute now. They're coming back. Okay. Let's little bit finish here.
And I saw them taking notes during when Mom was testifying as well. But I would say maybe half of the jury is taking a lot of notes, detailed notes.
Good to know. Good to know.
They're writing on something, whether they're taking notes or doing, doodling. I don't know, but they're definitely writing on a pad.
Exactly. So,
thank you, Rebecca Lopez from WFAA, for that debrief. All right. So now they're back from lunch. And now we continue. Here we go. Wait, like this. Sound on. Okay, you can close your lunch boxes, everyone. Right, they didn't end the stream, right? Okay, here we go. Judge, what are you saying? He's like, I don't like it. Just make it stop defense. There's Tanner Horner. No sound yet. Thank you so much for spending lunchtime with me. At least we didn't have to just stare at the wall, right? Some cases have more things to do than others. You know what I mean? Like, there's like previous hearings to watch or lots of documents or things. This case is a little, we might stare at the wall a little bit here and they'll talk to each other, of course. So I'm really grateful for that debrief that WFAA did that we could watch together. Okay, so let's see. Back from lunch. I'm just making my timestamp. Judge is smiling. Shame. Smiling painfully. How many more? Stefan said, put coins in the lunch. Put the coins in the lunchbox, Grizzly. Couch Tater said that young juror is going to carry this with her for the rest of her life. Yeah. Letero Barbadero said Tanner's mom was a defense witness. It is their responsibility to tell their witness not to watch coverage. Not sure they can appeal based on their own witness not following the sequestration order. True as well. Oh no, are they going to put audio off? They might.
Background information.
Well, that's very soft.
Your role today is to give some
Wait.
historical.
Okay, we might have to boost that a crap ton. Hold on. Wait, what? Hello. We'd like to hear you.
And Mr. in Texas.
Mr. Weeks, you're not here to give any expert opinion on this case, are you?
No.
Your role today is to give some historical background information.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Weeks, you said that you were living in Texas at one point. When were you living in Texas?
Why is it so soft?
From approximately, I lived there for about 25 years, so that was approximately 1982 until about 2004.
When you were living in Texas, well, let me back up. You had said that you were a licensed therapist. What does that mean?
In Texas, my license is a licensed professional counselor. I'm licensed in Texas now. In Ohio, a licensed professional clinical counselor is somebody who is licensed by the state to provide therapeutic services to people.
When you were living in Texas, did you have the opportunity to work at a place called First Choice?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what First Choice is.
First Choice was located, I don't think they're there anymore, on East Hemphill Street in Fort Worth, Texas, near downtown. There, we provided services to families affected primarily by drug and alcohol abuse. Commonly, dual diagnosis was present, meaning there was both drug use of some sort as well as a mental health disorder such as maybe depression. Our program specifically was residential, and families were there, so it was common for the women, I can't remember there ever being any men that were the primary clients there, would be there with their children.
How did you get involved with First Choice?
After a therapist is licensed, or in this case I wasn't yet licensed, they have internships in which they work, and they can add to their classroom knowledge with clinical real-world experience working in a facility like this.
When were you with First Choice?
The early part of 1999, approximately February to August of 1999.
And Mr. Weeks, I want to ask you a little bit about the intake process at First Choice. Do you recall what kind of information was obtained from the clients when they entered First Choice?
I don't have any knowledge of that directly from working there. The work I did was as a therapist, usually working just with the children, well, I guess also with the parents as well. I didn't do intakes. That's typically done by somebody else.
What type of information would be normally taken during the intake process that you would rely upon in order to provide your treatment and develop a treatment plan?
There's a history taken when an intake is completed. We're going to ask for any drug history, difficulty with law, if there's any law involvement, if a person has any previous diagnoses, if they have any other non-mental health issues, such as they have a medical diagnosis. There'll be information taken about their education, their finances. It's really meant to be quite comprehensive. So the intake is meant to gather a lot of that information to bring the clinician up to speed regarding the individual.
Why is that important?
The background information is critical, and that can help to inform the treatment that's needed. For example, I'm at First Choice because we primarily worked with individuals that are struggling with addiction issues. If somebody doesn't have any addiction issues, then they might not be an appropriate referral for our facility.
Mr. Weeks, as a licensed counselor, how do you create a treatment plan for a client?
We identify the primary diagnoses, then work with the client to identify what are the areas in which they want to address. So if they're particularly interested in addressing some issues, then we'll center the treatment plan there. But we may also, at a treatment facility like this, expand out to other areas to help with employment, for example. If they need assistance with finances, social workers or case managers will work on that, whereas the clinician will primarily work on the mental health issues.
Now, you talked about dual diagnoses. How common is it for one of the clients at First Choice to have a dual diagnosis?
So I don't remember. I worked there just 26 years or so ago, but it would be shocking if individuals there, our clients at that time, didn't have also a mental health issue in their background. It's ubiquitous.
What about trauma?
Almost always. There's trauma with individuals that have addiction issues, but I don't have a specific recollection of clients I worked with there. I don't have those records anymore.
We talked a little bit about trauma, but can you explain to the jury what the cycle of trauma is?
Trauma may manifest later on in somebody.
Hang on just a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to object at this point. We're delving off into what appears to be expert and recommendations and testifying from his professional capacity as to what cycle of trauma and all this other stuff is.
Sustained.
Mr. Weeks, let's talk about the facility itself. What was First Choice like? Did they have, you mentioned,
like maybe
oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned that they had a residential facility. Were patients or clients allowed to bring their children?
They were.
How was that accommodated at the facility?
You know, as I'm thinking back, trying to remember, it seemed like there were small apartments, maybe even rooms. Apartments might be like small hotel suites, so to speak, that were there, and there would be, maybe we'd have 10 or 20 families there at a time. And then we had the main building in which we did some of the groups and other therapeutic services.
You said that these residents would be allowed to bring their families and their children. Did First Choice also provide services to the children of their residents?
Yes, that's primarily the work that I did.
Why would First Choice provide services to the children?
Services like play therapy, for example, or stress management could help the client, the child, I should say, in this to be more specific, to maybe work through some issues that they encountered with the mother when they weren't in the facility. Being able to work out some of these issues may help them to manage conflicts better, to have success in school better, to rebuild a relationship that, if it was damaged, it would help them to have the skills to be able to repair those relationships.
You mentioned play therapy. What is play therapy?
I'll object again. He's again offering from his expertise and training in this particular case. It's not his recommendation.
Your Honor, we're just trying to get into what he did at this facility. It is not offering an opinion. He is testifying as to what he himself did. So we are not asking him to give any opinions. What we are asking him to do is to testify as to this facility, what they did, and
With Mr. Horner?
we're getting there.
Well, let's get there.
With Mr. Horner? Oh man, Pernille said doesn't remember much because he worked at the facility 26 years ago. I just love how the judge asked that question. With Mr. Horner? Oh no, we're getting there. Let's get there. Oh, okay.
So, explain again, please, what play therapy is.
Play therapy is the use of toys to help a child to express what may be difficult to verbalize. Art therapy is in some ways related to it. I don't have training in that. But we want to creatively provide opportunities for youth to be able to express things even though they may not have a narrative.
Do you recall, and I know it's been 26 years ago, but do you recall the family consisting of Mr. Horner and his mother?
Yes.
How do you recall them? That's been 26 years. Was there something special about them that made you remember?
No, I recalled the name just vaguely when you first approached me. I think it was you, I'm not, but when I was first approached to provide support here. But then when a picture showed to me, I clearly remembered, yes, that's Melissa and that's Tanner. Well, I didn't recognize Tanner at all. I knew him, maybe he was 6, 8, I'm not sure his age at that time, but I remembered the mother.
Now, what were your initial impressions of them as a family?
Nothing unique. I found their experience, their presentation to be very similar to the other families that were there. Women coming in who had difficulty with drugs, and their family was affected by it.
Now, you said that you...
Are we getting there yet? Come on, Judge. Tell them to get there. Sort of are there, because now they're talking about Tanner and his mother. Anyway, Hope 8 Fear said the defense case in chief was a complete blur. Nothing stood out to me. Right?
Had remembered Melissa immediately upon seeing her photo. What was it about her that you remembered?
I just remembered her face. When I saw it, I recognized her. Nothing else really jumps out.
And just to be clear, in order for Melissa to be involved in this program, she would have had to have had a drug problem?
I assume so. We didn't provide any other services. That was the primary function. There was an emphasis in first choice on 12-step work.
When Melissa and Tanner were at first choice, did she seem to be motivated to work through the program and do better?
I can't really recall anything specifically about her motivation level. My primary work was in play therapy with him. I assume, although I don't recall specific sessions, that I would have just minimal contact with her.
Well, Mr. Weeks, let's talk about your work with Tanner. You said that when you looked at the photo, you remembered the mother, but you didn't remember her son, just by looking at the photo. But after reviewing the records and whatnot, were you able to confirm that you did work with Tanner?
I don't have those records anymore, and I'm sure I did. I assume I did, but it's a good question. I can't say for certain that I provided services to them.
Well, you had said earlier that you had provided services to Melissa and her son.
But he doesn't remember any of it.
Melissa was there with her son. Do you recall Tanner acting out or having any temper tantrums while at the residence?
I don't recall that specifically. It's very common, and I do assume that I did work with them, although I just want to be really upfront. I can't for sure say that I had services with them. I could have just seen them in the facility, but it's not likely. I probably did work with them.
Probably did. Probably did. Don't remember him though at all. Don't remember any of that. Well done, defense. My word.
You have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Angela said, so he knows nothing, did nothing, and can remember nothing. Excellent. Excellent witness. Pernille's like, well, this is awkward. Little bit. Shame. No wonder they blurred him. He doesn't want to be seen on camera. He's like, I don't know anything. Wow. Sure. Crystal Anderson, wow, they're really grasping at straws.
Yes, Your Honor.
This guy doesn't even remember. Oh, now they're passing the witness already.
Mr. Specht?
I'm going to make sure this works. Mr. Weeks, can you hear me here?
See, there it sounded like you said Mr. Weeks. What? Is it Mr. Reeks? Mr. Weeks? I don't know. I wrote down in my in my timestamps, mental health dude. For now. Anyway, okay. Yeah. Stefan's like, historical background about nothing. Absolutely nothing. Caroline Taterville said, lol explains the blur for sure. Yeah.
And Mr. Weeks, this place where you worked, it seems to me that you really don't have any real recollection other than remembering Melissa's face about what you did or didn't do with them in this case. Is that correct?
Generally, yes, it is. I just have basic memories of the services we provided there, but specifics with this family, no, I don't have specific memories.
Thank you, sir, for what you do and taking care of people at this point in Pasadena.
Ms. Anderson, redirect.
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Weeks, in order to be admitted to first choice with her son, would Melissa have had to have a drug issue?
Almost certainly. I didn't do the intake, but it's just not what we do. We treat people specifically with drug problems at that facility.
Thank you.
Mr. Tate, may the...
And is that why Tanner did what he did? As if. If his mother struggled with substance abuse, that does not make Tanner abduct, torture, and murder a 7-year-old girl and then throw her naked into a river. That's on Tanner.
Witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Weeks, thank you very much.
Can the defense case be excused? It really seems like he calls him Mr. Weeks, huh? Anyway, can I be on the jury? Welcome. Mamushka, nice to see you. You said, does anyone think the defense is calling a bunch of witnesses just to lengthen the amount of time between the jury listening to the video and deliberating? I think so. At this point, I think that's the strategy. That's why they're like, let's take until May 4th. A lot of time and distance between that video. Yeah, defense, they're never going to forget it. You might as well rest now. Save everyone a bunch of time.
Very much. We appreciate you taking your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just like the accent here and there. I'll just mimic it, you know. We appreciate you taking your time. That was good. Pernille said, so many things I could say, Mr. Weeks. Oh, dear.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Uh-huh.
Oh, again? Oh, no. Now we're going to get rainbow screen, aren't we? Are we going to get rainbow screen? Stop it. Don't do that to us again. Yesterday, it was like, we're getting rainbow screen? Does it mean it's over? And then I'm like, nah, it's probably not over. It was over. What are you saying, defense? You don't have anyone else or what? Tanner, don't eat the pencil. You have enough lead in your system. What are you writing? Wasting paper. Lyrics for your next noise-making session? Shh. Concerned, are we, Tanner? How's it going? Badly. Make it stop. Rexy, G55 said, approach after every witness. I can't believe that you guys are here with me watching this. Thank you so much. I know we want to see it to the very end. Of course we do. Can't wait for verdict watch. Come back within 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, what? 55 minutes? Take your time, come back, and then give us the verdict, and then the judge be like, all right, you know what, Mr. Horner, I'll sentence you to whatever it will be. Oh, my word. Why are you standing up? Why are you standing up? We're going to get rainbow screen, aren't we? Everybody stand, please. What is it? Yeah. Whisper with a hot mic.
Okay, we'll be in recess while I look at these records.
Oh, man.
Oh, no, these are copies. Yes, we have them.
Now they're in recess for the judge to look at certain records, which we don't even know how long that will take. Half an hour, 20 minutes, 2 hours, I don't know. Man, Texas, we like the judge, okay? We like the judges. You have got some tardy trials, though. Basing that on Burgos Aviles in this trial. Imagine if we didn't defluff, we started an hour and a half late. Okay. Let me take this frame off for us so we could just see this little bottom screen here. Man, so frustrating. I got a lot of stamina, but I'm not the most patient person. In case you didn't know. I'm like, no, don't make us wait. Keep us busy. Crystal Anderson said, oh my gosh, this defense is so unprepared and have nothing. What records are these now? Who the heck are you going to bring up next? So that guy was a mental health expert. I'm saying that because historical background. Okay. So we've seen 7 witnesses so far. Keep it going. Let's get to 19. Can we get to 19 today? How about by the end of tomorrow? Hey, defense. I cannot wait to hear the defense say, Your Honor, the defense rests. I might have to just turn off the camera and do a little happy dance. What letter have we got there now? Autumn Renee says, Grizzly's more a 50-meter dasher than a 400-meter, although, no, she paces. Okay, I'm down low. Yeah, no, I'm all about stamina, you know? I could do that, but just not with a lot of time wastage. Then we got to be productive, you know what I mean? And normally I would be. If I'm just watching this by myself, then you go do something else. You like clean the house, or you like read another document or work on another case or something. But now, you see, we're here together now. Now we're here. We're doing nothing together. Oh, man. The judge is equally frustrated. He's like, look at him reading this. What is it, a letter Tanner wrote to his grade 1 teacher? Shh. What is it? Did he fall off the jungle gym one day? You got a boo-boo? Then he ate some coins. That's why he did this? Corsona said, at least we don't have to listen to true from the defense. Oh my. That was quite something. Which was? The Matthew Paul trial, huh? Joy Morris said, Google says there has never been lead in US coins. Oh my goodness. Gina McManus said, is the defense ever going to present a witness that actually helps their case, asking for a friend? I don't think so. Probably not. Maybe the final witness. That Rebecca Lopez from WFAA, I saw another clip of her before. Can't remember where. Sorry. Got an itchy eye quickly. Hold on. Okay. Saw her say something about the final witness. They were talking about the Daubert hearings. You know, they were in the courtroom. We didn't get to see that. And that the defense's final witness will be like this mental health expert that talks about Tanner's alter ego 0, and that he does that because of his autism spectrum disorder, and that he doesn't know how to express his mature adult self, so he does it through this alter ego Tan, all kinds of things like that. But when pushed in the Daubert hearing, they asked, okay, but does he know right from wrong? And she said, yes. And like, okay, are you making excuses for what he didn't know? Okay. So that's not going to go well for the defense. If that's like their final witness whenever we get there on, what, May 4th? Then, yeah, that doesn't sound like a mic drop moment to me. Judge, please. Everybody staying, please. What's happening? Where are you all going? You're approaching?
Hey, I needed that bus yesterday. I needed that bus, but you didn't think so. I carried her for days. I'm going to try to order probably 2 more of them. Yeah. You start greasing my palm a little bit on those knife things, and I'll make sure.
Get him, get him, get him.
All right, outside the presence of the jury, you're going to offer this as...
I was just going to say, they said they don't stream anything outside the presence of the jury. That's why they muted the audio. Yes.
Bring the witness in first. Yeah,
Bring the witness in. Are we doing voir dire now, though? Jessica says, I stepped away for a few hours and they still have all these relevant people on their list.
Do we
Yes.
have any battery in this?
Oh, my word. Mel B313 said, with you for every second of this Grizzly. I couldn't get through this one without your snark and all the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies have your back, Athena. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here.
The battery. Triple. No. Okay. All right. I didn't know.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you
You all right? Okay, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, There is a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else. Okay?
And Judge, since this is a civilian witness, we just want to re-urge our request to have her face blurred, and we'll be using her first name.
Guys are all on it, right? Okay.
What's her name?
Let's go.
Can we know her name though?
Let's go.
I know, like, hold on. I'm like, I need to know.
Go, you may sit there.
Yeah,
Me
well,
and you and her.
The judge. Let's go. So now we'll have Tanner's brothers, friends, little cousins, uncles, buddy, who last saw Tanner when he was 6 months old. That's pretty much how the witness has been so far. Let's see what we got.
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Sanders.
yes, Your Honor.
Is it Grandma? We got Grandma
Good
up in here?
afternoon, Mary. How are you doing?
Mary.
Mary, we have agreed that we will call you by your first name. Is that okay? Okay. One thing that I am going to ask you to do is when the court reporter is taking the record, she can only take down yeses and nos and words and head nods and mm-hms and uh-uhs. Don't translate to the record. So if we can get a verbal response, okay? Okay. You nervous?
Not too bad.
Not too bad? All right. Mary, what do you...
Rachel S. says, okay, she has the right humor at the right time. Lol, Tanner's cousins, friends, babysitter once saw Tanner in a stroller. Yeah. Is that who we got?
What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm retired now, but I was a licensed specialist in school psychology. To be lots of words, but LSSPs in the schools.
How long had you been an LSSP before retiring?
35 years.
And have you ever met Tanner? No, who's Tanner? Get your ass out of here. I can imagine the judge being like, just get your ass out of here.
Tell me and tell the jury a little bit about your educational background that allowed you to be a LSSP.
Right. Well, I graduated from high school in '74, went to college at Texas State University, which then was Southwest Texas, so that's changed too. Graduated in '78 with a psychology degree and a guidance counselor minor. And they had just started, I thought I would be a school teacher or a counselor, just because I thought that's kind of all there was. But the school had started a brand new school psychology program that year. And so one of my professors told me about the program, and it sounded very interesting because I was very interested in the learning process in children. So I was able to start my master's in that program, finished it, and it was a 2-year program, but I went summers and a full year. So I graduated from there in '79, and then I got my first job as we were called psychological associates back in that day, that we did the same thing.
And just to be clear, you are not here to offer any expert testimony, are you?
No.
Are you here just to talk about your personal interactions with Hannah Horner?
Yes.
After you graduated, where did you go to work?
Well, I was in Houston the first 5 years of my career. Then I married and moved to Fort Worth. Then I was with ISD for 12 years. Then I went to ASL for 8 years. And I finished in HEB, Hershey was Bedford ISD, the last 12 years. So I kind of hopped around a little bit.
Now, during your time at ASL, did you come to know Tanner Horner?
I evaluated Tanner.
And during your time in the school districts at large, did you have to deal with students who had been diagnosed with Asperger's or autism?
A lot in the last 12 years. Now, back in the ASL days or the school district before that, there wasn't a lot of high-functioning autism talked about or really identified at that time. ASL was a smaller school district. I'm sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing.
You're fine, you're fine.
So my memory of testing students on the spectrum, they were typically more severe students, more severe behaviors. Tanner was more unique because he...
Judge, I'll object. If she's here to provide background information, that she's providing based on her expertise in this case as far as evaluation and testing, or just background information on Mr.
Horner?
Your Honor, because of her expertise and in her background, let's try this again. Because of her expertise, we will be asking her about the services that she provided for Mr. Horner.
That's expert testimony based upon her training and experience and offering it as an expert in this case and her opinions as far as evaluating and testing him and anything else. She's not designated as an expert.
I'll let her testify as to what services she provided, but she's not to render an opinion as to anything.
No, Your Honor, she is not going to be rendering any opinions. However, what she will be testifying to is what her knowledge was in the service plans and the treatment plans based upon specific diagnoses. And that is not an expert opinion. That is what she has done. It would be no different from a doctor coming in and talking about their service plan.
It's still expert testimony, Your Honor.
I'm going to let her do it. Go ahead.
I'm going to let her do it. You go ahead. See how this goes. It's not expert opinion. It's just expert statements based on her knowledge and experience in working with Tanner Horner, okay?
You said that when you first started with the schools, you didn't see a lot of high functioning. What do you mean by high functioning?
Well, high functioning autism, people typically that are on the spectrum and on that end of the spectrum have language. Whether it's functional, how functional it is or not is a big piece of it. They typically look like neurotypical people do, people that don't seem to have disabilities of any type. So you might not notice them or pick them out as looking different.
When you first started back in
You might not notice them or pick them out for looking different. I don't think you should do that under any circumstance, but okay.
Hazel, did you have much experience with autism?
We were always trained. Every year you had to take a certain 20 hours a year at that time for professional development. So we would be trained, but I would not say I had an excessive amount of training in that particular disability. It was more global.
Did you see a lot of autism when you were
in ASL?
Yes.
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Anyone would like a Ricola? Ricola. I mustn't say it like that, Stefan? Stefan's also from Switzerland. A Ricola. No. I'm local now in Switzerland. A Ricola.
My apologies.
Brenda, you are helping the mods get through this day. Thank you for the 3 Big Bear coffees. Thank you so much.
When you were working in the schools, would you review records in order to make a determination on what kind of treatment plan to have for a particular student?
No, that isn't how we developed what we called IEPs, Individualized Educational Plan. We would review records before our assessment, so we had some basic information about a particular student.
Okay, so tell me about that. What type of records and what type of information would you look for to develop an IEP?
Okay, the IEP is kind of at the end, when all the evaluators would come together and they would write their report and put it into a document. Then the ARD committee would get together. The ARD committee is after you do all the school people do their assessments, you come together for this one final meeting and you present the information to the parents and the teachers, and it's called an ARD committee, Annual Review and Dismissal. At that meeting is when you talk about the students' needs for special education. When you are evaluating the school district, you are evaluated for special education services. So in theory, well, not in theory, factually, anybody who meets eligibility for special education services has a deficit in some area. It could be intellectual deficit, it could be a learning disability, it could be behavior. Did I answer that? So in the ARD meeting, we then talk about the deficits that the student has and what were some of the accommodations and modifications we could provide in the school to help them improve whatever their deficit areas were.
Okay, so when you're dealing with students with autism, what type of deficits would you normally see?
But there are 3 pillars of autism, and
Judge, I will object to this. This is definitely expert.
Sustained.
The state, they're like, are we being gaslit over here that this is not expert, this is expert testimony? And as soon as the state was like, Judge, I want to object, this is definitely expert testimony, you just hear the judge, sustained. I respond, Your Honor?
No, ma'am, sustained.
Mary, when you are looking at a student, would that student often have a diagnosis before they came to you?
Many do. Many do. So yes.
And with regards to autism and students in the Azle ISD, I want to talk a little bit about behavior. And generally speaking, based on your experience and your observations of these students over the years, how well do students with autism do in a mainstream setting?
I'm not sure I can really answer that because every person with autism is different.
And would you agree with me that you said that every person with autism is different, which means that not all autism is alike?
Exactly.
Would it be uncommon to have different types of symptoms that would play across different people with autism?
I would say there are similar symptoms, but again, the behaviors or the deficit areas are worse in some and better in others. So it depends upon how the autism manifests itself.
Well, let's talk about Tanner and how his autism manifested with him. Did you ever work with Tanner as a student?
You do work with a student when you do an evaluation. You also...
Well, I'll get there in just a second.
That was a roundabout way of answering the question. Did you work with Tanner? You do work with them if you evaluate. Yeah, Tanner, let's get back to that.
You're fine. You're doing well. Which school were you working at the time you met Tanner?
In Azle ISD, we would go to various schools, wherever the assessment need was. So I would go to the elementary school. I don't know if he was in elementary school when I first evaluated him or if he was in the junior high or even high school. I don't remember that. I'm not sure about the years.
Well, what kinds of evaluations, or let me back up, what kind of services did Azel provide for Tanner?
Now, this is,
Coins?
I was able to review some of the Azel records, so I wouldn't have remembered this. So is that okay then?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe at the time, Tanner was in a classroom called the Behavior Improvement class. And I think he was in there about half of the day, and then he would go out to other classes, to the general education classes, so that he was getting a full education, because he was bright. And when I say bright, he was able to be in regular classrooms intellectually. And so he would go out, and typically we would identify the strengths of the student and have those students go into those classrooms initially so they would be successful, so we could build on some successes. So he, as far as I can remember, he had that situation set up, but he also had, and that behavior improvement classroom was to provide a lot of structure for him, was also to provide the behavioral support he needed. So let's say if any student is in a general ed classroom and they start to have behavioral issues, hopefully that behavior improvement class teacher would assist the regular education classroom teacher. He also had, I don't know if he had, I didn't see anywhere in the records, he had speech and language services to address the pragmatic deficits, which tend to go along with, it goes along with students that have language, typically. But I did remember and saw in the records that he received in-home training, which was when a therapist went into his home and she took him out into the community to expose him to different social settings. And she was a speech and language therapist.
So you had mentioned that these services that were provided to Tanner. Let's talk about how the school district would determine that the services were necessary. Was there an evaluation that was performed of Tanner in order to receive services?
Yes, any evaluation for autism includes a speech and language therapist, an occupational therapist to look at sensory issues or motor skills even, a psychologist, a school psychologist, and or a licensed specialist in school psychology. There's a difference there. I'm a master's level school psychologist. I'm not in the clinical realm at all. So that's why I'm using the LSSP term more so.
Oh, man. Pootsy Bear said, if I was the jury, the defense's desperate attempt would aggravate me. Rest your case, please. Katie says, question, when the case is over and records are released, will the blurred people identity be released to the public? Maybe through the transcripts or something. I don't know, but they're not even saying their names, so probably not. I don't know. Thank you so much for your support.
Okay, you're asking who else would evaluate?
Well, let's go to your evaluation first.
Okay.
So what kinds of evaluations would you give students?
Autism? And
Yes.
we're speaking strictly about...
Yes.
Okay. So Tanner did have records when I became involved. He did have a report, an outside report that had, I believe, was his initial evaluation. I'm not 100% sure of that. It may not have been his initial. So I was to perform a 3-year reevaluation, and that's standard. We do 3-year reevaluations for all students that are identified as having a need for special education. It's so in theory, like if a child has a learning disability, they get a 3-year reevaluation because the hope and the goal is that the student's deficit disability would be put closer to his intellectual ability, so then he wouldn't have the need for special education services. And likewise, a student that might have a behavioral disorder or an emotional disorder, let's say their family provided, a lot of intensive therapy, and the student's emotions got better and they were no longer acting out. Now, autism is a little bit different because it's not really like autism goes away. So you would still have your basic team reevaluate your speech patterns, speech pathologist, your occupational therapist, and your LSSP.
Okay. So with regards to the evaluations that you gave, what did your evaluation look like?
Okay, wait, don't talk over. We gotta have one at a time, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
You're doing fine, Mary. What did your evaluation look like?
Typically, whatever records you have, you would review those first. So he came with a previous evaluation, and he was already in special education services. So we had some records based on the teacher reports, what his behavior had been like, what were continued concerns, and then we always contact a parent to see how things are going. So we look for more background information. We use what's already known, and then we go to the new teachers or present teachers and get information, not just from the one teacher, but from several teachers, so you know how the student is doing in the different environments. Because then, if there was trouble in certain environments, then we would want to look at why was there trouble in certain environments. So you try to get a good sampling, and then it involves observations.
What do you mean by observations? Observing the student?
In the classrooms. So we would actually go into the different classrooms and observe the students, see what their interactions were like, and add that to the report. Then,
and I had one follow-up question with that. Was it just in the classrooms that you did the observations, or did you observe them in any other aspect in the school?
That's a good question. Lunch is often a place where students are observed. Physical education, but it's a classroom, I guess. That's another, and outside, recess is a very big one where we like to observe students' interactions.
Why is it important to observe interactions in the lunchroom or at recess?
There's less structure, and the students can really relate in a more normal environment than like a typical peer would do. So you want to just see simple things like, do they have good motor skills? Are they running, with a good gait? Are they uncoordinated? Are they standing off by themselves? Or are they interacting with anybody? And if they do interact with somebody, what does that look like? Does it look friendly? I mean, you can't hear them. I mean, I'm not like, you're not right on top of them. But you want to get a sense of, is there some sense of cooperation or, I don't want to say friendship, because friendship is different, but some sense of the ability to be with others in a positive way.
Did y'all have do any independent testing or anything like that?
The actual testing, the speech and language therapist always pulls a student and does an individual. Occupational therapy pulls and does an individual. The school psychologist typically pulls and does an individual. But that looks a little different with a student that has language, because it opens up a lot of more options for you to use. We often use rating scales, or you would ask questions and the student would rate how that made him feel, like, it made him a little happy, a little not happy, or very unhappy. And those kinds of things. And we would use things called incomplete sentence stems, where you read the first part of a sentence and then you have them fill it in with their words, so that we could kind of get a sense of kind of what's on the top of their memories or their brain, or how they look at the world and how they're relating to it through their answers.
So, with regards to all of these evaluations, do you ever have any one-on-one with the student and discuss their behavioral issues with them?
Sometimes. You don't always. In my position, sometimes I would, but not always. It depends, again, what you're looking for, what you're trying to elicit or get a clearer understanding of. There are a couple of very standardized assessment tools that we use also for autism. One is called the ADOS. I did not use that with Tanner. I was not trained at the time to use the ADOS.
Did you have any other testing that you did with Tanner?
I did all verbal. It was all of the verbal interview formats, besides the interviewing a teacher's parents or grandmother, it was the grandmother I interviewed, and doing the observations.
So it sounds like this is a pretty intense evaluation. It's not just, a couple hours here and you're done. It sounds like it takes a long time to actually do a complete evaluation.
It does.
Typically speaking, how long does it take to finish this evaluation?
That's a really good question, but you really can't answer it. Some that are pretty easy can take, haven't thought of that in a long time, 10 hours versus 30 hours. I mean, it just really varies.
Mary, I want to talk to you now specifically about Tanner. What kind of evaluation were you doing for Tanner?
I was providing a 3-year reevaluation looking specifically at autism.
Are these 3-year reviews different from the initial assessments?
They may be a little less comprehensive.
Would you still have had the one-on-one time with him?
Yes.
Would you still have used the question and answers that you talked about?
Yes.
Would you still have done the student observation?
Yes.
Would you still have spoken with any of the collateral witnesses?
Collateral witnesses, the teachers and the grandparents, yes.
Yes. And I use the term collateral witness, I was exactly the teachers, family members.
Or even sometimes a vice principal. If the student had a lot of behavior infractions, they would spend a lot of time in the office. I would get that information as well.
You said earlier that you had spoken with his grandmother. What was his grandmother like, if you can recall?
I don't recall meeting her in person. We talked on the phone. I remember she was concerned. Just concerned.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet Tanner's mother?
I did not.
Were you able to determine at that point if there was any male role model in Tanner's life?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was living in a stable environment?
It seems so.
Now, in preparing for evaluations, you had mentioned that evaluators are able to review records. Mm-hmm. What kind of records do you review? I know that you had mentioned IEPs and ARDs, but what other records would you review?
Well, I know in Tanner's case, I believe his initial evaluation was done by Child Study Center, so that's where I would have started. Okay. And then I would have looked at recent teacher reports and kind of started from there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Getter 1062 said, G, in your opinion, do you think that the prosecutor will play a small bit of the van audio, and if not, maybe at least have the picture posted of her in the van at his closing argument? Maybe the picture. I don't think they'll play the audio or the video in closing arguments, in my opinion. If they do, they'll probably mute it for the public in any case.
Mary, I'm going to hand you what has been admitted into evidence as defense exhibit number 69. I'm going to ask you a few questions for those.
Okay, sir.
But really, why? Why must this witness be blurred? Come on, man. If it's like Tanner's mom and aunt, maybe I could understand. But like, you can't just blur all the witnesses, and that doesn't scream confidence in your case defense. I know the people in the courtroom can see them, but come on, man. Anyway, that's my side snark for now.
Do I look at that?
Oh, I'll direct you to the page when I get there.
Okay.
And you're good. What I wanted to ask you was, based upon your evaluation, based upon your observations, based upon your interviews with the family members, speaking with the teachers, speaking with vice principals, and reviewing the records, did what you see in your evaluation, did that corroborate what you found in
Objection, this sounds like it's going to be an expert opinion.
the records?
Can you say that a different way?
I don't know if I can, but I'm certainly going to try. Basically, what I'm asking is that you read the records, and the records said, showed that there was a diagnosis of autism. Based upon your evaluation, based upon your interview with everybody, did what you see lead you to believe anything else?
No.
Which still doesn't help the defense's case with what they're trying to insinuate. Nothing else to report here, man. You know, Carla said a lot of things. I want to read this to myself quickly.
Can I get the... Now, Mary, if you would please turn to page 49 of that document. And, Your Honor, for purposes of publication, we have blocked out all the names and any identifying information. The document that Mary is looking at is not redacted.
Understood.
Judge, do you mind, can I borrow the court's copy? Or?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to follow.
Hang on, let me find it for you.
Right. Mary, I want to direct you again to page 49 of, let's see if I can get this. Oh, that didn't help. Okay. Right. First of all, page 49. Please tell the jury what page 49 is.
It's the summary page of an evaluation.
And they're going to allow the scene. This is what the judge was reviewing before. Okay, in case they don't read it. Summary and recommendations. Tanner is a special education student at Azle Elementary School who has been referred for a multidisciplinary team assessment as a part of his 3-year review for special education services. Results of this assessment suggest that Tanner continues to exhibit a mild form of Asperger disorder. Okay. A mild form of high-functioning autism, all right? His social deficits and lack of appropriate communication continue to be his greatest affected areas. Tanner lacks empathy, check. You hear that, jury? Okay, we know that. And has little ability to form friendships. His ability to use language is not impaired. We saw that from the police interviews. Okay, but the affective and relational aspects of his communication is significantly below what one would expect. His eye contact is normally very poor, and he has possible sensory issues, especially in the area of his personal hygiene needs. Yeah, I saw that. He's very rigid about change. That's what the defense wants in. Oh no, FedEx changed, or Big Topsman changed his routine, and that's why he did this. That's why they want this in, because that's what Tanner said to the police. Oh my word. But they changed my routine and they know they shouldn't do that, and then I just I had a meltdown, and then I just decided to abduct and kill a girl. Okay then. No. Okay, sorry. So they said he's very rigid about change and is more successful when he is on a schedule. In addition, however, Tanner also appears to have emotional deficits that also negatively impact him. Mm-hmm.
What kind of evaluation?
An autism, multidisciplinary autism assessment.
Tracks of Trish said, yet he asked for a different track. Odd. He actually asked for the same one the next day. That was disgusting how he asked that. He's like, it smells bad. I've been sick all day. I'm going to need the same track. Yeah, then he got a different one the day after that. Man. Tracy says, I don't understand how his defense is FedEx changed his route, which put him over the edge, yet he was an Uber driver. What's a different route? Yeah, every trip, exactly.
And was this the 3-year review that you had done?
This is the 3-year review.
You said that it was multidisciplinary. Who did the final evaluation and who signed off on this document?
Back in that day, the speech therapist, occupational therapist, and the school psychologist did their own individual assessments. Sometimes they would all three be present with each other, and sometimes they would not be. But we would always collaborate together and talk about our assessments and the consistency and what was similar, maybe what was different. So that this is only signed by me because this particular one was just the assessment that I did. Now in the R paperwork or the IEP, everyone that were evaluators would sign that form.
I want to talk a little bit about the deficits that were noted in your report. You spoke about social deficits and lack of appropriate communication. What do you mean by lack of appropriate communication?
He took a microphone and he was making all sorts of noises to his favorite song. Yeah, and he later went on to call himself an artist and launch a YouTube channel. Making all sorts of noises to his favorite songs. Is that what they mean? Wow.
So I should have been more descriptive at that time. Again, Tanner has language and he's able to communicate. What type of language I was talking about was pragmatic language, or what's called social language. The ability to understand the meaning behind the words we say, and also to put them in, use contextual clues regarding the environment in which it's used in. So, so colloquialisms or sayings that we might say, like it's raining cats and dogs, a person might take it extremely literally and not think about the other meaning that we are attempting to say when we say things like that, and idioms that are higher level forms of language that are more difficult for people with autism.
You had, in your report, you state that Tanner lacks empathy and has little ability to form friendships. What did you mean by that?
Well, based on my memory, he did have difficulty getting along with others. But again, I can't explain why. There are many reasons for behavior. Probably I shouldn't say more than that.
Is that uncommon with someone with autism?
It's not uncommon, and I guess I would say it's common, and it's not so much that all people with autism don't get along with others, because some do. Sometimes it's more limited with others, sometimes it looks a little bit different. It's just, there's a difference.
When we talk about empathy, what does that mean?
Empathy is the ability to feel something else that someone else is going through, to understand it through their eyes.
Is there a difference between empathy and sympathy?
I believe there is a difference, yes. Sympathy is feeling sorry for, where empathy is feeling those feelings within yourself and understanding them on a more comprehensive level.
So when you say that someone lacks empathy, what does that look like?
In this circumstance, for Tanner and for many students on the spectrum with deficits in this area, it would just mean it was more limited. He or she would not stop to think about how his behavior might be affecting them, or he or she may not stop and understand that the way maybe his look or his lack of a look made a person feel or do something else. Again, that connection between the way we behave or our mannerisms affect others. I don't think I answered it. I'm not really sure. Let's try it again.
I thought that was a perfect answer. All right, so you had noted that Tanner's ability to use language is not impaired, but the affective and relational aspects of his communication is significantly below what one would expect.
I was speaking about the pragmatic deficits, which was the social language. Again, we as human beings, we pick up a lot through intrinsic ways, by observing others or hearing others or watching others. And so pragmatic language is not necessarily taught. It is inferred and it is learned through, if you have an ability to socially relate or socially understand. So that's what I meant by it's more limited.
We talk about...
Zen Jane said, objection, counsel is testifying as to the credibility of the witness's answer. Yes.
Poor eye contact. Why is that important in a diagnosis or in a evaluation?
It's just another behavioral symptom that can tend to be common. It can, the eye contact is typically more limited, or it can be, we often say it's fleeting. Sometimes they have eye contact, sometimes they don't. So it's just a more typical symptom of autism.
You had also noted that Tanner has possibly a sensory issue, especially in the area of his own personal hygiene needs. What did you mean by that?
Well, I do remember that, and this is not uncommon for boys his age at the time, but his grandmother, I think, was concerned about he didn't really want to take showers, or he wasn't maybe using deodorant. I don't remember exactly. But again, that can happen to many young males that are learning about our body changing. Although, should I say a little more now?
Oh, go ahead.
So he might have had an aversion to water. Many people on the spectrum have sensory issues. They don't like, things can be visually or auditorily difficult for them. The lighting, too much noise, sometimes water, sometimes getting a haircut, sometimes lots of different little things can cause sensory issues. And I don't remember anything besides the personal hygiene.
You note that Tanner is very rigid about change. What did you mean by that?
Again, that's a fairly common symptom. I wish I had put more explanation about that. But transitions, changing from even classroom to classroom, or maybe from doing a preferred activity to a non-preferred activity. In schools that happens a lot because teachers are constantly having to change whatever they're trying to teach at the moment. Many students on the spectrum have almost like a hyper focus for a short time, and if they're not ready to move on, they're not ready to move on. So you may encounter a little resistance in terms of, no, I'm not finished with that, and just not have any cooperation in that sense.
And if he's now all grown up, would he, at 31 years old, because of a change in his route when working for Big Top Spin, aka FedEx, if they changed his route, would it cause him to abduct and murder a child? Listen, state, you need to start asking questions here. This is the defense still, direct examination. It's quite frustrating, hey, to listen to all this.
Now, with regard to the sensory issues, is it uncommon for people like Tanner to have sensory overloads?
It's not uncommon.
And did you ever see...
Wait, again, expert testimony continuing.
Well, sensory overload, I sustain the objection.
Did you ever see Tanner have a sensory overload?
I did not.
Now, based upon your evaluation, you had noted that Tanner continues to exhibit a mild form of Asperger's disorder. What do you mean by mild?
Well, first of all, now we don't call it Asperger's. That was changed. It's just part of autism. And now it is categorized by the severity level, 3 levels of severity. And so Tanner's severity would have been 1. Now, at that time, his severity level was like a 1 because he was able to function in a regular education environment with some special education support. So that, and go out and, order a burger possibly, or do what we would expect all of us do. Doesn't look different, he doesn't exhibit the flapping or the staring or any of the more unusual when you move up the levels.
Is a mild form of autism still autism?
It is.
To your knowledge, do the school districts still use the terms mild, moderate, and
No.
what do they use now?
If they address it at all, they talk about the levels, I believe. I've been retired 5 years, but.
And reflecting upon your notes and in preparation for everything this week, again, did you have a chance to look at all the records?
Yes.
Now, based upon your review of the records, how confident do you feel about the treatment plan that you had recommended for Tanner?
For that time, I think Tanner had a very good treatment plan. That's all my recollection. He was not someone I heard of a lot, or maybe not often at all. In a smaller district like that, being in my position, I would hear of students that were struggling more. So, not that doesn't mean he didn't struggle, but he was in an environment where you would expect there would be some struggling, and it was to be dealt with on that level.
So your recommendations in this case were, it's recommended that Tanner continue with his current programming and instructional arrangements since it appears to be meeting his needs.
Right.
Do you know if that continued?
I can't say for a fact that it did. I don't know what happened in high school.
And you also had noted that you felt that Tanner would benefit from ongoing training of adaptive social skills and problem-solving strategies for peer interactions. Why did you make that recommendation?
Because he had a lot of difficulty getting along with other students, other peers. He was better with adults, although there was some argumentativeness. But again, that was more in the classroom when he was dealing with probably doing things he didn't really want to do.
Did you ever see him get aggressive?
I did not ever see that, no.
Was it ever noted in any of the documents that you reviewed from the school district that he ever became aggressive?
Well, I did notice that one of his goals was to decrease temper tantrums. Trying to think.
Really helping the defense. One of his goals was to decrease temper tantrums. Okay. My goodness.
There might have been something said about decreased aggression, but it wasn't clearly defined what that looked like.
Now, you had mentioned overload and you just mentioned tantrums. Based upon your observations, can those look the same?
Overload and tantrums look the same?
Can one lead to the other?
Possible. I'm not sure I think probably every person with autism handles it in their own unique ways.
Again, one size doesn't fit all with autism,
One
does
size
it?
does not fit all.
One of the things that was also recommended was psychological assessment, looking at the emotional deficits. Why would you recommend a psychological assessment?
Good question. I wondered that too, but then I remembered that I probably wanted more information about him emotionally. I knew there were struggles emotionally, but I didn't really understand the why.
Do you recall why you would have recommended that he be under the care of a psychiatrist?
Well, for medication management, because that typically, you can get it from a regular medical doctor, but many medical doctors are not comfortable prescribing medications for children and or to students on the autism spectrum. So that's why I felt like a psychiatrist would have been a better caregiver.
Now, Mary, I want to turn your attention to Azle ISD specifically. At the time when you were there, did Azle ISD have a lot of students diagnosed with Asperger's or autism?
I would say not a lot.
So what does that tell you about Tanner's symptoms if Azle ISD had noted the autism diagnosis in the records?
Judge Aldick, that's a call for an expert opinion from her.
Sustained.
As a person working in the school, when you see an autism diagnosis, what does that mean to you?
Judge, I'll still object. That's going to call for her expertise to be able to define what that is.
I'll let her answer that question.
Repeat the question, please.
Working in the school, knowing that Azle ISD did not have a lot of students who were diagnosed with Asperger's or autism, what did it mean to you when you saw that diagnosis in the records that you were reviewing?
I don't know what it meant to me. It just meant that we had a student that had significant deficits in several areas.
Did Azle ISD have specific special education classes?
Yes, that would be, yes.
And were there any special education accommodations that Tanner received while in Azle?
I'm sure there were, but I don't have that in the records and I don't remember it.
Now, you had mentioned something earlier about in-home training.
Right.
To your recollection, did Tanner receive in-home training?
He did.
You also had mentioned, and I think I have this right, the behavioral classroom?
Behavior, we call it then, we call something different. Behavior improvement class.
Is that what they refer to as BIC?
Yes.
Okay. What is BIC?
Well,
what does that look like?
Sorry. It is a more restricted environment for a student. Special education provides a range of services. We start with the least restricted environment. So a student, say, that has a learning disability, they only need assistance in the area of learning. So then they go to what it was called, it may be different now, the resource room teacher. And she would provide additional, help. So then the continuum of services increased all the way up to a self-contained classroom, which is where a student would stay in that classroom all the time. Now, the behavior improvement class was originally a self-contained classroom, but the goal was always to get students to be mainstream, to go out to other course classes so that eventually they would all be in general education. If their program was successful, they would all be in the general education classrooms.
So how does a student who was in BIC transition to a general education classroom?
By appropriate behaviors and based on their IEP goals.
And so if the
Diana Alvarez said everything this lady has stated are simply generalized statements. I know, right? My goodness.
IEP goals are met and the behavioral modifications have been successful, then a student can go from that self-contained classroom back to a general?
Eventually. It's not a quick system, but yes, usually one class at a time. See, is there success? There is. Second class is out. Success, yes, there's enough success. And so on.
I believe you just used the expression class out. What is class out?
It would be a general education class.
Did, to your recollection, did Tanner receive an escort to and from classes? Or to and from the bus?
I don't remember that.
Would you consider the big classes was it me this time?
It was the defense, it's the state's turn this turn.
These big classes, would you consider them to be a structured environment?
Very.
Why do you say that?
Well, it was a much smaller student-teacher ratio, maybe, let's just say 10 students versus 20 or so in a general education classroom. This is many years ago, of course. Now we have many more students in classes, typically. Sorry, I keep saying that. So each student has their own IEP, so that teacher has to be very structured as to make sure that each of their students is getting the type of accommodations and recommendations that he or she needed to provide for each of those students, and it'd be pretty timely also, and there should have been positive reinforcement for appropriate behaviors, and usually a loss of points or loss of privileges if there was a significant negative behavior.
Now, based on your observations of the big classrooms, did the students with autism tend to do better with the structured environment?
I can't answer that because I don't remember, but again, there wasn't a lot of students identified with high-functioning autism that I remember.
Do you recall if Tanner did better in that structured environment?
Well, just based on what the records say and then that 3-year reevaluation, it seemed to be providing him some positive regard in school.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Stefan said, I enjoy the lead whisperer more. Me too. Oh, man. It's getting worse. Put the lead whisperer back on the stand. I mean, it's from so long ago. And Mary doesn't remember. She looked at reports before this. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Thank you so much, Sue Ellen Mortershed, for upgrading your membership to Grizzly Lighthouse. Thank you so much for your support. Just called me Kimpy, said coin crapper. I like that nickname. Oh my. Who said it? And now what? We're going to break before the freaking cross-examination?
Further, Your Honor.
Y'all need a break? Okay. 2:45, 15 minutes.
Okay. So we've got 5 minutes. Raquel said it's almost 3. Gee. You mean locally there? Yeah.
2:45, everybody.
For me, it's almost 10 p.m. We'll go forward and wait. Okay. Let's see what you guys say. It's a bit bright, hey? Let's put it back on when they come back in. How about that? Okay, so we've had 8 defense witnesses so far. What did we learn from all of them? What's the mitigating evidence so far? What is it, really? What is it? It's so vague, my goodness. Same day said it's so disrespectful to Athena and her family, who are in the courtroom, sure, man. They're sitting there through all of this. Okay. Gunnar Bean said autism is just another factor. They aren't just blaming that on why he did this. Yeah, they're basically throwing spaghetti at the wall just to see if the jury can maybe consider not sentencing him to death, right? Because it's a death penalty case. So the defense is trying to make sure they show the jury evidence that maybe will change their mind so that they don't sentence him to death. Christine Renee said nothing. No mitigating circumstances. Zenji and I said, can they really be called witnesses though? It's questionable. And all of them blurred out, oh my goodness. Except the lead whisperer. Stacy Mathis said, oh, the state has all the questions. Let's see the cross-examination when they come back for this as well, right? For Mary. Okay. True crime for me said the poor jury, they're probably exhausted. I know, right? Even we are. It's very exhausting. This type of case is very exhausting, oh my word. It's mitigating evidence, oh man. And can you imagine, if Tanner Horner did not plead guilty, we'd still be just busy with the evidence, the trial, right? To get to, maybe at this point, we'd start getting towards closing arguments in phase 1. I'm so glad that he pleaded guilty, I really am. There's one thing, I'll give him credit for. Thank you for pleading guilty. Sparing us that, because that would have been like obvious. You confessed. You led the police to Athena's body. You did it. Wow. So I'm really glad. Aren't you glad as well? Okay. Yeah. Combat Grandma says, and good night again by the judge. Can you imagine? We do have to watch out for that. All right. 15 minutes and then rainbow screen and we're gone. What? Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Stefan said, did I hear 2:45? Yes. And it's 2:44 now. So now I just took it's very bright. That's very bright background. But I've got it going here with the sound and everything. So when they're back, we're back. Tracy069 said, hello Grizzly, can you please, with your power of snark, tell the defense and rest so we can go to verdict. Watching from Australia. Thank you for being here. Please, defense. We need to all manifest it together now. Everybody focus. Should we do some meditation? Meditation to focus and manifest on a Your Honor, the defense rests. Oh my word, it's going to be a great day whenever it is. Samantha Lee said, we got PTSD from the judge abandoning us. I know, right? Yeah. BB Glazer said telling the police where Athena's body was and pleading guilty. Okay. We give him credit for those 2 things. Yes. Miss K said phase 2 is only longer because phase 1 wasn't presented. Yes. But we still would have heard. It would have been still, what, like a month-long trial? Janet Murphy says, defense populace. Yeah. We have defense bubblers, which is fatigue. There you go. Lady Carol said, got it. Sitting in my car, cross-legged, sending resting vibes. Rest defense. Your Honor. I am going to hear, Your Honor, the defense rest. And I'm going to hear it soon, aren't I? Is that how we're manifesting it together? Soon. Today. How about tomorrow? It's fine. You can come in tomorrow morning and say, Your Honor, your defense rest. Yeah, do that. Any rebuttal witnesses state? Nah. Closing arguments? All right, let's just do the jury instructions. Then they'll have a charging conference first, of course. Won't they? He's pleaded guilty, so they won't have that. They'll just have jury instructions. The jury instructions conference. Bring the jury in. Jury instructions, closing arguments, deliberations. 5 minutes later, no. However long later, a verdict. And then I do wonder, will sentencing be immediately or not? I can't remember how it happened with Burgos Aviles. Was sentencing later? They might set a sentencing date, right? Anyway, West Texas gal said, pushing this judge to his limit, and all of us. Gretchen Jones said, thanks for being a dumbass, leaving cameras and audio working in the truck. Oh, that as well. Fetch and rest. Said the fact that he covered the cameras, he knew right from wrong. Samantha Lee said, maybe tomorrow they will, if they are halfway through their witnesses. 8 so far, yeah. JC said, how old is his son today? He would be like 4 or 5, right? Been 3.5 years since. And was he 18 months old, something like that? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. 1, for being here. 2, for participating in the chat. 3, for liking and sharing, commenting afterwards. 4, for supporting the channel in whichever way you'd like. Watching is great. Whether then it's coffees, PayPals, joining Patreon, which by the way is great if you like behind the scenes content. Sometimes I just have a cup of coffee with you on Patreon. Sometimes we do Patreon lives. Sometimes if I travel anywhere, I take you along with me. Yeah, so thank you so much for all of that. You can check out my new website, made it myself, grizzlytruecrime.com. I just recently just made it look fresh again. So you can check that out if you have any questions. Okay, 444, keep it real said, I wouldn't want to watch it anywhere else. Thank you so much. Linda Bayer said, love being here. Lisa Spooks Beadwork, you are telling on yourself that you were not here with us yesterday because we showed that yesterday. She said, have you seen the post on Facebook of Tanner feeding a man's dog around the same few days? That man is an 8-year-old. Yes, we looked at it yesterday. We did indeed. Okay, the court feed is, we could see them. Hold on. There you go. No sound yet. Ready for that cross-examination of Mary. Barbie Girl 2025 said, gee, you are much appreciated. Thank you so much. Darla, thank you so much. You said, by the way, G, you look lovely in pink. Thank you so much. Pink was Athena's favorite color, so in honor of Athena.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, Mr. Stanton, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank you for being here today and talking with us about some of this, okay? I'm going to try to keep it pretty brief here. Let me ask you, your extent of your contact with the defendant, Mr. Horner here, is that just to do the evaluation, or did you have other contact with him during that time?
Typically, a school psychologist would just go in for an evaluation. Well, I shouldn't say typically. Every district is different. In this circumstance, I would go in for the evaluation, do all the pieces, write up the report, go to the art meeting, and that would be the end of it. Unless there was more reasons brought to my attention that I needed to be involved. And that did not happen in Tanner's case.
Okay. So you saw him essentially just the one time?
Little snapshot. when you say one time, I mean, I did the observations, I mean, it was within a small time frame compared to, you know, a whole school year or anything like that.
Yes, ma'am. Let me clarify with that. You saw him, which you needed to see him to do this 1 3-year reevaluation.
Exactly.
That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that had several parts, and we've talked about that.
Right.
Okay. And you said that after that, you did all the report, and we've looked at this up here. So as a result of that, the first thing on here is it says he has a mild form of Asperger's disorder, okay? And you said even under current standards, that would be like you say level 1? Is that what you said?
I believe it would be level 1.
So still mild?
Compared to the continuum, yes.
Right, okay. I mean, and we understand it's a spectrum, but on the far end of one end of the spectrum, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in the school, we talked about a lot of these records. Now, truthfully, ma'am, you didn't actually write up all these records,
Absolutely.
right?
No.
Okay. And you looked at these, but these are not actually your specific records.
That's true.
But you felt comfortable enough to be here to talk about some of the things that went on with the school and with Tanner based upon your interaction with him. Is that right?
In my recollection.
Okay. And so in this case here, and even though you just had that and had that interaction with him, your words to earlier were that he was bright. Now, I think that's what you said, right?
I tried to change it a bit. Bright enough to function in a general education classroom.
Okay.
I don't remember what his IQ was and just any of that. It was sufficient, so I misused the word bright.
Okay. And that's fine, but your definition was, when you used that term, was that he was able to be in a normal classroom.
A general education classroom.
Okay, I'm going to try to use the terms, okay? So he was able to be in a general education classroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I said normal.
That's fine, I understand.
And so as part of that, you said he still needed some support from the school, correct? And that, to your recollection, he got that support from the school.
Once he was in special education, yes.
Right. And then up and through when you did your 3-year review, he maintained that.
As far as I remember, yes.
But still in a general education classroom.
I don't remember that part. I don't know how much special education he was still involved in. It could have continued all the way through high school. I don't have any memory of that, or that wasn't addressed in any of the records.
Okay.
That at least that I saw.
But based on what you're saying here, it wouldn't surprise you if he graduated high school normally.
Well, no, it wouldn't surprise me when you say normally. You can still graduate from high school and you have a lot of special education support. But I don't know what that looked like. You're right. Yes.
Now, during this time, it's my understanding that you had some contact with his grandmother. Is that right?
That's right.
And at that point in time, was that your point of contact for him?
With the family. It was. I understood. You want me to?
No, go ahead.
That his mother was in and out of his life, and that did cause him a lot of. The grandmother felt like that was a big trigger for his emotions.
Right. And so, as a result of this and what you did not get re-involved with Tanner Horner at any time after you did this.
No.
And I think you said that he was, and I'm going to use one of my terms here, is he really wasn't on your radar in the school.
That's true.
Okay. Because you said there were some kids that you would, I think you said you would hear about.
Right. In the office, when the other evaluators or other special education personnel would say, oh, you need to check on so-and-so, or this teacher might need you to talk with them. It would be that kind of a thing.
Right. And he wasn't on that.
Not that I recall.
Right. And so we worked through this. You talked about some of the records here. Do you remember in here, you said he was getting behavior improvement.
The class,
Yes, he was getting some form of behavior improvement training.
they were supposed to be providing social skills supports and training in the behavior improvement classroom. That's part of the program.
Okay. And
Yeah, his behavior has not changed. It's not improved at all. Got way worse. Here we are.
to your knowledge, based on this, was he receiving those services?
Based on the program's standards, that's what should have been happening.
All right. And then you also said he had additional services outside the home,
The in-home training,
in addition to whatever he got in school.
correct.
And I think you said you didn't remember the details of it, you just remember that he got it.
And that I saw the summaries that the provider had written up about how some of the sessions had gone.
Okay. All right. And so, all right.
Mary, ma'am, do you know that Tanner's been a very naughty boy? That his behavior is far worse. Do you know what he's on trial for?
Got a lot of information. Excuse me.
You should probably get upset with it. He did what?
And when you looked at these records, did you note in here that some of the training and information and things he was getting were providing positive improvement for him with regard to his behavior?
I don't know that. That's a hard question. I'm assuming it provided some positive direction for him.
No assuming on the stand, ma'am. None of that. No, thank you. Angie Strand. Oh my word, you said it's crazy how the defense thinks any of this excuses his evil behavior. I know, right? They're trying their best. I know they have a job to do. Someone's got to... Sorry, I got a cat hair here now. Okay, somebody's got to snark at me for it. I know the defense is doing their best with the client they have. But yeah, it's terrible. Angie Strand, thank you for your $50 sticker. I really, really appreciate your support. You make it possible for me to just not have ads every 6 minutes. Turn that off. Thank you so much.
But it's not a quick fix, any of these deficit areas. So we take a lot of training and repetition. So I'm sorry, I don't quite, maybe restate the question.
Okay.
Possibly.
Well, in some of these records, do you note that whatever training he is getting in his classroom is having positive results?
I don't remember seeing anything specifically from the classroom. The notes I remember seeing was from the in-home training. Now, maybe I didn't, I don't know, miss those
Well, let's just
notes.
talk about that then. So in the in-home training that he was getting, did you note in there that he was, it was having a positive effect on him getting the in-home training?
There were times that he had a positive interaction with the in-home trainer when they would go out to the community. There were a couple of times, though, where he had some struggles, such as I believe there was one time when a friend was over or around and they were doing a game, and Tanner's mindset was that the game should be played a certain way, and that wasn't what was happening. So there was frustration level there, and that was one of the skills she was working with.
Right. And a lot of the stuff you're seeing here and some of the behavioral issues, they don't all have to be tied to autism, do they?
Think about that a second. I would say that things like turn taking and learning to share and learning to cooperate with another, those are skills that are typically, we try to teach our preschoolers that. So essentially by elementary school, we should have a pretty good repertoire of what that looks like, and then you begin to make friendships. I believe that Tanner was late in developing those abilities. I don't want to say skills because I don't know how far he really got developing the skills.
You also don't remember, you're basing this on reports that are not your own. Yeah, let me break it to you, Mary. He did very, very badly. He's accused of sexually assaulting 3 teens and abducting and murdering a 7-year-old girl.
Based on what services were provided. Because also, may I add one more thing?
Go ahead.
It's not just the school's responsibility to provide a lot of support for students with autism. The home environment is a big factor as well.
Well, and you said that his grandmother was active and communicating with you, correct?
Again, for my evaluation, not it wasn't a regular phone call here and there.
Well, in all these records, you don't have anything to indicate that she wasn't.
Correct, right.
Last thing I'm going to talk to you is you talked a little bit about lack of empathy, right?
Yes.
And lack of empathy doesn't always exist in individuals with autism, does it?
It looks different. They do. Many people with autism have empathy, but it may look different.
But you noted that he had none. And we can see that. Bet you're not going to be diagnosing a little boy as a psychopath, are we now? But look what he turned out to be. Re-diagnose him.
So it's not really an all or nothing. It's more of a some do, some don't.
But there's other things that could cause that. Personality disorders, oppositional defiant disorder. There's other things that would cause some form of lack of empathy, right?
Well, I didn't have knowledge that those were factors that I would need to consider or look at the time.
Okay, but you'll agree with me there's other conditions besides autism that could cause that.
Can cause trouble with
Lack of empathy, if it exists.
I agree.
Yes. Well done, State. Good job, good job.
So what it, and I just want to summarize here, what it seems like here is that at Azle ISD, they were providing him the services, to the best of your recollection, through the time that you quit seeing him, that he needed at that time, based on your recommendation.
Not based on my recommendation, based on that's the law. And they, for him to continue to receive those services, he had to have a need. So there was obviously still a need, so he was still receiving services to some degree. What degree that was, I can't talk about that because I don't know.
But at this point in time, he had you doing an evaluation in your capacity.
Mm-hmm.
He had a speech therapist
Should have.
working with him.
Yeah.
He had a special classroom working to help him.
Yes.
He had in-home stuff also working to help him.
Right.
And I think you said there was another possible professional in there besides the ones I listed?
Well, I mentioned an occupational therapist, but I don't. There's nothing about that in the records. But that's one of the standard assessments typically.
Right. It sounds like to me that he had a whole team working for him in school. Is that right?
I believe he did.
That's witness, Sean.
Redirect, and you may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mary, I just wanted to clarify a few things. When you talk about the evaluation that a school district does for a student, is that a 20-minute check the box and go, or is it an extensive evaluation?
Well, every evaluation is different depending upon what you need to provide the data necessary to meet the criterion for the disorder or the disability. So, some are quicker than others. Autism is not typically a quick easy evaluation.
Well, when you do an evaluation for autism, what is it that you're looking for?
You're looking for deficits in 3 areas.
And what are those 3 areas?
First areas,
Judge, I'll object. She's again providing expert testimony. She's not been designated as an expert to provide that testimony.
All right, objection is overruled. You may have a running objection. Go ahead.
You talked about the 3 areas.
I
What
can
were those
answer.
areas?
Language, social relating, and emotional responses, and then sensory and specialized interests.
What is it about those specific areas that, why is it important to look for deficits in those areas?
Those are the pillar markers of autism, so you would expect to find deficits in all 3 areas to some degree.
And if there are no deficits in all 3 of those areas, would that result still in a finding of autism?
Not necessarily.
So in order to have that diagnosis, would you have to have deficits in those areas?
Yes, you should have deficits in all 3 areas.
And even...
Not necessarily should have. He could have, maybe, based on other people's reports and no memory of my own. Damn it.
If the diagnosis is considered mild, does that still mean there are deficits there?
That still means there are deficits.
I wish it was differences, phrased that way, not deficits, but okay.
When we talk about students with autism, what type of symptoms would you expect to see in those students?
Well, again, it's a very wide range depending upon the severity, their intellectual level, how many impairments they have in each of the areas. Having language is a positive thing, but it's more limited. So you might not see as much with that in the language area to the untrained eye, and even the trained eye may have to provide special assessment tools to really get an assessment of how big the deficit is. And that's what I talk about, pragmatic language. Speech therapists work very hard at providing a lot of information for assessments, and I wish we had one of those. I'd be curious myself about that. The social relating piece and emotional response was obviously a big one for Tanner, because I think the behavior disruption was probably one of the reasons he was initially evaluated back at his very first evaluation. And I don't think he was initially identified until he was about 9. So something was showing up in him that they weren't sure what was going on, and they had this evaluation, and he met all 3 of the pillars, even the sensory or the special interests. I don't remember what his special interests were, if he had any. So he did meet that eligibility. So there was something going on that was significant enough that he did meet that criteria, and not until he was 9. But that is not that unusual for people with language. Their behaviors can be misunderstood, and it can look like oppositional defiance, but maybe there's something driving that behavior.
Well, let's talk about oppositional defiance. During your evaluation of Tanner, did you diagnose him with oppositional defiance disorder?
No.
Did you diagnose him with any personality disorder?
No, but that was not my task. My task was to look at a 3-year reevaluation specifically for autism.
If you had seen anything that could lead to a diagnosis of ODD or personality disorder, is that something that you would have noted?
Yes, if I saw anything that led me to believe it wasn't autism. But also, some of those conditions are not easily identified until the student or a person is a little bit older in life. Oppositional defiant disorder, they're usually consistently oppositional and defiant. not just in this environment and not in that environment. It's a pretty global behavior.
So if someone has oppositional defiance disorder, you would tend to see it would be a common occurrence.
It would be very common, I believe. I'm not an expert in that disorder.
Okay. Then I won't ask you any other questions on ODD.
Okay.
But you had talked previously about sensory overloads.
Yeah.
Explain to the jury what a sensory overload is.
Well, again, sadly, we don't really have any, at least documentation, or I don't have a memory of what Tanner had sensory.
You don't even remember his special interest. D. Trug said, does the state get a rebuttal case in the penalty phase? I think so. If they want to put one on, I think so. I'm not a lawyer, I don't know, but I think so.
Wise, but
Thank you
I
for your
know in
support.
general, there are many sensory indicators that students struggle with, and that can be, the visual, the lights.
Sorry. For each witness. We're going to need a certificate for each witness in the defense case in this trial, am I right? It's not a trial completion certificate, it's a witness completion certificate. Oh my word.
Of the speakers, it could be just too much action going on in the classroom, which is very common. It could be, that's why we also do a lot of observation in the PE, physical education, and in the lunchroom, because there's a lot going on in those environments. And students can get very agitated in those environments if they have deficits in the sensory area, if they get overloaded with that kind of, with those issues.
Well, with regard.
Do you think, it seems like from my research, which is on the internet, Uncle Google, that the state can have a rebuttal case. Do they need it? Do they need rebuttal witnesses to rebut what the defense's witnesses have said? I don't think so. They don't need it at all at this point. Okay.
In regards to noise overload, is it uncommon in your experience to have people who are autistic like music?
Oh, no, it's not uncommon.
And music can get loud. So how would you be able to reconcile playing, loud raucous music and versus having a sensory overload due to noise?
Well, again, I'm not an audiologist, but I believe it makes sense that it gets into a different part of the brain. If there's an interest an autistic person has in a particular thing, could be music, they might get even, they might need more input from that particular, whatever, like I'm trying to think of, OTs would say that some students need extra pressure because they just lack that, they need that. So it could be that a person that is super interested, had a high interest in music, could listen to it in a loud volume, but yet they in a classroom of tapping and pencils moving or people clearing their throat and the lights and the hums. It's a different sensory load. It addresses a different part of the brain.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Bye, Mary. Not yet.
Mr. State, and we talked just a little bit about sensory overload here. You're not saying that you didn't test Tanner for that. You don't know anything about if he's affected by that.
Right, and that's typically the occupational therapist who looks at sensory issues.
And that you said it could be things you said within a classroom and things of that nature.
Could be in a classroom, could be in the lunchroom, PE room, and the art room. It could be at many places.
And you said that's a sensory problem, right?
It could be.
And he said everything from tapping to noise,
Mm-hmm.
maybe someone screaming.
Well, someone screaming, you would think.
So did he cause his own sensory overload with all his noise making, trying to be a musician?
You would think would create some form of sensory issue.
I don't know that I can answer that. I was thinking, focusing on educationally, what would be some sensory issues that would impair him.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you about, on the first couple of pages, you've got your records there in front of you, right?
Yes.
And even as, I'm going to turn you to page, I think it's the fourth page in here. Back in 2002, there's a note even as far back as 2002 where it says behavior reported by parents. You see that on there?
Page 4?
Yeah, the fourth page, and I think what you have.
It's a checklist?
Yeah, it looks like this. 10-2-02, behavior assessment intervention plan.
Oh, yes, I see it.
And it says here, behaviors back in 2002 reported by parents, quick to anger, is that right?
Yes.
And then also reported by school staff, quick to anger.
Yes, I see that.
And then as we flip through these pages, you'll agree with me after your review, there's several indications where Tanner has indicated even as far back as 2002 that he's got anger issues.
Correct.
That's a witness, Sean.
Ms. Anderson?
Is it uncommon for people with autism to be quick to anger?
Again, every person with autism is different, but I would say it's not uncommon.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. State?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
No objections.
Thanks, ma'am.
Bye, Mary. Have a great day.
Okay, I'm going to do some things with the lawyers that involve the rest of the afternoon, so I'm going to send you home, okay? We'll see you in the morning, 9 o'clock, okay?
Okay. Normally when the jury's not in, we're not in either. Do some things with the lawyers. I'm going to tell the defense, you better arrest that ass. Listen, y'all, you better be resting or else. No more blurring and vague testimony. Is that what you're going to do with the lawyers, Judge?
Okay. We're done, everybody. Thank you.
And Judge, we do need to put something on the
Oh,
record.
go ahead.
We just wanted to note for the record that for the last several days, I believe, beginning this week, there have been protesters outside the courtroom.
True.
Or outside, I'm sorry, the courthouse, holding signs that say, execute Tanner Horner. And jurors are coming in. We don't know if they've been exposed to this. There have been posts all over Facebook with pictures of this person.
It's the public. Okay? Public streets, public areas. They're allowed to stand there, but okay, give it a try.
I know people are not supposed to be looking at the news, but...
Hold up before any of you think it's time to leave. We're going to teleport to a stream that's happening next in 40 minutes from now, okay? So, here's the link if you want to go there so long. Ah, man, did I just mess it up there? We're going to talk about the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case right after this live stream, okay? Well, a little break. I just got to line up all my things, but I'll see you there, okay?
I don't know what can be done. I think we need
absolutely nothing
to the jurors about social media and things of that
Look at the judge's face.
Because
the judge is like,
it has been posted and reposted. I have noticed that Facebook has been taking some of it down, but
ma'am,
it's going up.
It's going up.
The protester, the jurors are being brought into the courthouse by the sheriff's department. They're parking off-site and being brought in underneath the building, brought up the back elevator. And the jurors don't ever go outside the building. We keep them in for lunch. So, in fact, yesterday, the sheriff had to take a different route to avoid the protest. So we're good with that. And I will continue to admonish the jury about social media and public safety.
And Judge, it was brought to my attention that in this case, it was Ms. Gandy who had posted one of those pictures of the protester with the sign.
Help me out, okay?
I wasn't protesting. No.
I understand. But remember, we're just trying to get through, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So there's no order, just...
I'm sorry? because it's a new judge school, don't hit send. Okay. All right.
Be a
Okay.
lighthouse. The judge is basically saying, be a lighthouse, not a tank. Only so we can get through this without any issues, okay? Shame. Athena's mom posted a picture of the protesters outside the courthouse. I think it's her speaking, right? We can't see, but I think it's her saying the post no longer exists. Why would Facebook take it down? Because they'd say it's hate speech. That's why.
Let me talk to the lawyer.
I'm going to have a Texan accent by the end of this trial, aren't I? Let me talk to the lawyers. Oh, we'll be talking to the wall. All right, well, everybody, thank you for joining me for another non-riveting day in the Tanner Horner trial. There's some person that's going to say, guess what, it doesn't work. It's not like TV. Trials are boring. Someone said it earlier. We know. But this is extra. Not riveting. Anyway, we made it through another day of the defense's case. We've seen 8 witnesses so far. Will we see 11 tomorrow? Or did not all of them make it through the Daubert hearing? Meaning, are we done by tomorrow? The judge thinks the defense's case will go on until May 4th. We will wait and see about that. Let's all do our meditation, manifestation, prayers, whatever you like. And make sure that we hear the words, Your Honor, the defense rests. Oh, can't wait for that. Anyway, so right now, what we're going to do is, I'm going to say bye. Then we're going to teleport, redirect, whatever you want to call it, to the next stream. You can also click on it right now. There it is in the chat. The David Burke topic. He was in court today. There's lots of things they found on his phone, which makes the case against him even worse. We've got the medical examiner's report and all sorts of things to discuss over there, okay? So I'll see you over there. Sorry, mods. But you know how it goes. Oh, you thought we ended the day early and you get to go home early. No. We got more to do. More cases, more things to do. I'll see you over there. Bye, everyone. See you also for the trial day tomorrow to resume with day, whatever it is, 10. Is it day 10? Day 11. Day 11 tomorrow. Okay, see you then. Bye.